Oh, no, sorry, my mic was turned off there. All right, guys, good morning. We have data dropping in 10 minutes. A bunch of data dropping in 10 minutes, three different things. So make sure if you guys are in any futures positions pre-market that you proceed with caution, manage your positions accordingly, because in 10 minutes we may see an increase in volatility here. We're going to get Aaron on for his morning breakdown. He joined the link, but for some reason I'm not seeing him in the back end here. So can you guys hear me now? Can you not hear me? Hello, can you hear me? At first my mic was muted, but we should be good now. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Okay, good. All right, yeah, so we're going to get Aaron on. For some reason he's not showing up in the back end, but I'm just going to step away for a second. We're going to get him locked in. But like I said, proceed with caution. We have data in 9 minutes here. We have let's see, we have core retail sales, we have PPI, we have retail sales month over month. So those are all dropping at 8:30. I'm going to step away real quick, try to get Aaron set up here, and we'll be right back. All right, everyone, we're back with Aaron. He is here now. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for your patience, guys. We had a little YouTube glitch this morning. Let's see. Say hello if you're here. See if we can get you guys chat going. There we go. All right, we're good. Okay. Well, cool, guys. Thanks for your patience. Frank, RC, Gaining Ground, Amanda, Peter, what's up? Dario, morning. Peter, Miss Paz, Encode, Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Good morning, Ivan. Morning, James. B-Stone, what up? Buenos dias, Chris, UK. Here we go, everybody. Okay. Hopefully, we guys got everything settled in. We're good to go. All right. Well, let's get started here, guys. So this is important. Starting off on news. Here in about 5 minutes, we've got probably the most major news we've had in a while. So we've got PPI retail sales coming up at 8:30, and then at 10, we've got pending home sales, Richmond Manufacturing Index. So we have a pretty packed news morning here, guys. So we've got to, you've got to be aware of that. All right, and we'll see what this does. More than anything, it doesn't matter how the reports come out, right? Just a matter of how the market's going to respond to it. So one thing we're looking at here with these coming in, if these come in hot, right, more than likely that's going to put down pressure on that rate cut. So when you look at where we've come and even where we are this morning, all right, we have jumped. Now we're up to 80. We're almost back to where we were before Powell gave that press conference after the last FOMC meeting, where he said that the next rate cut wasn't, don't count on it, basically. And we were at like 91%. We've already jumped after Williams spoke, what was it, last Friday or whatever it was. We've jumped now to almost 83%. So this is being priced in now, and you can see that reflected in the markets, right? So hence our, the VIX breaking its long trend and us, breaking our short trend on the indices. So as we're looking out into the future, you can see we've got this, we've got almost 83% here. Now these haven't moved very much, but we're looking at December 10th. So we're not that far away. All right, we're not that far away. Okay, and like I said, you can see this reflected in price, what's going on. So any of these news reports that we have coming out now are very, very important. Moving into tomorrow, we do have unemployment claims, right? As of right now at 8:30. All right, so that's going to be a big one again tomorrow. All right, and then going into the rest of the week, Thursday we're closed. Friday I won't be on. None of that. There's a trading halt on Friday. But these next 2 days, we've absolutely got some news that can toss us around. So we'll see here in just a few minutes, how the markets are going to respond to all this. So finally getting our news events back. Okay. All right, so don't let that sneak up on you as we're sitting here talking. We'll obviously go over it, but here in about 2.5 minutes. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, before the news coming out here, this is where we're sitting. Right, we were in longs, right? That's what created all the weakness in the markets last week. All right, so we're coming off our lows. We had all these longs, right? All variations of longs have broken. All variations of longs have broken on the VIX. All right, and coming out of these highs, here's where we sit. All right, we came out of these highs on the 21st. All right, and then Monday we made this pullback. And this pullback right here, this 38.2% line, that is what drove us through all of our long setups. Okay, so you can see the interest in buying volatility as a hedge. That's what this is. Has waned. So the confidence is back in the markets, and you can see that in the rate cut, probabilities, all that good stuff. So we've completely blown through this target. Okay, and when we completely blow through a target like that, we draw lows to lows. So we're in these extension shorts now. You could almost make the case that we made this pullback right here. But we've got targets down at 1960 or 1965, depending on how you want to round this. Remember, the VIX moves in 0.05 increments. So what time is it? We got 1 minute here, guys. So as long as we stay below, okay, these 2061 round up to 65, add a tick, 2070, these 2070s and below, we're still in this extension short. Okay, now we've got another level that we really need to pay attention to as we're going in. There's two places we have to remember all the time. Somebody type in, if you can, while we're waiting on the news here. Always remember where you are blank and blank. What do we have to watch out for all the time on a pullback, whether that's long or short? Does anybody want to take a shot at that one? Halfway back on the day and the week. Yeah. So we've got to watch, even if these extensions break. Very good, guys. We got to watch our halfway back in the week. right? And there'd be nothing unusual at all, right? Especially on a Tuesday, pulling back into our halfway back on the week, right? So we'll see. Okay, hang on. Here's our news. Let's see what this does. Nothing too crazy yet. My VIX stopped working. Where'd our news come in here? Came in line, core retail sales in line, PPI month over month in line, retail sales down. Core PPI, we're still waiting on it. Wow, okay. So, interesting. Wow, okay. So that was a beat. So you could look at all this as good news, in quotes, but we'll see how the market reacts to it. That's the most important part, right? See how the market reacts. Not a whole lot yet. Kind of nothing crazy yet here. Everybody's already left for Thanksgiving. All right. Okay. All right, good deal. All right, so, okay, so here's where we're sitting then. I was waiting to see if that was going to do anything crazy. So we've got these extension shorts. These are drawn from 2105, okay, to this low. You could draw it to this low, but it's only a tick difference, but we're being conservative here because this was kind of a pseudo pullback to these 1990s. All right, 2105 to 1990. That was a good year, 1990. Amanda, were you alive in 1990? I think we said something the other day and you're like, I was actually alive during that year. You weren't alive in 90 yet, Amanda? 1993, gotcha. Okay. All right. That's funny. You're so young. You people, I tell you. Ethan, you're in 93 as well? I graduated high school in 92, so there you go. All right. But even though you guys don't know, 1990 was a good year. It was a good year. Start of the 90s. All right, we're getting out of the really high hair that all the girls had and all the neon colors. We were kind of getting into the grunge. Early 90s, we got into the grunge a little bit, right? Remember 90s is when you had Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, Stone Temple Pilots, all those were coming out in the 90s. So we're just getting into grunge in 1990. Nirvana, all of it, right? Okay. All right. Your kid was born in 98. Gotcha. My kids are 2000 kids. That's nuts to even think about that. But yeah, my kids are 2003 and 2006. That's still weird when you're writing their birthday down. All right. Okay. You also have a 2007. Gotcha. Peter, you were just born. Nice. All right. Okay. Anyway, let's. Man, I get sidetracked easy. All right. Not that that's anything new. Okay. So anyway, 2105s to 1985. Another good year. No, 1990. All right. And then if that would break for some reason, we've got to watch our halfway back in the week. Right? We got to watch our halfway back in the week. And this is a good example for you guys. Do you remember last week that early in the week, this is a really good example. Early in the week, do you remember us talking about this? That we held the halfway back on the week long, right? And we said at that time, that's spooky, right? That we're holding halfway back on the week long on the VIX that early, right? Well, now we're just flip-flopping, right? If we would squeeze through this resistance, then we're going to watch the halfway back on the week short. Okay. And you can see what the halfway back on the week long did, obviously all last week. So we had that weakness in our markets. All right. Yeah, imagine running 2025. You're right. Amanda, Nirvana was great. You know what's funny that, Amanda, my son had a Nirvana poster in his room. The kid was born in 06. And I'm like, he's like, Dad, talking about Nirvana. And I'm like, bud, I'm so far ahead of you on that. Like, yeah, it's just crazy. It's probably like when when my parents saw that I had like a Queen poster or like a Kiss poster or something like that in my room. And they're like, dude, we've been listening to them forever. Right. All right. That was a weird one though, when I saw my daughter, who was born in 03, have a Queen t-shirt on. And I'm like, really? She's like, yeah, Dad, they're awesome. It's like, wow, good for you. There's little moments that make you proud. Anyway, okay, so notwithstanding bands and ages and all that. All right. All right. Amanda, stop. I'm done talking about it. If you guys keep putting things in there, I'm going to keep going. Okay, yes, Queen's very good. Bohemian Rhapsody was awesome, by the way. That was a really good movie. That actually came out around the same time as the Rocket Man one. And I thought Bohemian Rhapsody was light years ahead of Rocket Man. I was really expecting more out of Rocket Man, but nonetheless. So, okay. All right. Okay, so extension short on the VIX, 2105s, 1990s. All right, that's what we're looking at here. Okay, so going into this morning, we're almost right on top of the gap fill right now, but we do have to watch these lows, right? We do have to watch these lows because if we do dip into these lows and start squeezing higher, right, the indices are going to make pullbacks if that happens. All right, now the only really thing we can watch here, and this is even a dangerous draw, right? A very dangerous draw. You can watch it, right? Would be from our overnight highs to lows, kind of like we did yesterday. This could be here. Yes, it could, but we've touched the bottom of the range, right? Which we know when we touch the bottom of the range or touch the top of the range, we want to be very careful in the middle, right? Because that's where rattlesnakes hang out. Right? So dangerous, dangerous, dangerous territory in here. All right, so we can watch this, and if we get a reaction and start to drop, we're like, okay, cool. But that would be the only thing to the short side on the VIX, other than obviously our highs, right? Our overnight highs. So we're kind of in a pickle here, right? We're kind of in a pickle. We're not really in a short setup, right? So we'll just let the gap fill be our guide. And once the gap has filled, then we'll see what the VIX is going to do today. Okay. So in a perfect world, we would make this pullback, get rid of this stupid thing, make this pullback, right? That'd be a pullback long on the indices. We'd roll over from there, and that'd be our next leg up on the indices. And we could run that all the way down to these 1960s. Right? Because remember, tomorrow, yes, it does, Frank. I saw, he said the new Neil Diamond looks good. I saw a preview for that, and I was like, that looks like a really, really good movie. And it's got, what's his name in it, right? As Neil Diamond. Name escape. I can't believe I can't remember his name. You know who the hell I'm talking about. But that looks really good, too. I used to fall asleep when I was little listening to the jazz singer. That I had a cassette tape of that when I was really, really little. Okay. So perfect world, we squeeze, indices make a nice pullback. We roll back over. And like I said, we can run this all the way down to 1960s. Remember, tomorrow is the day before a holiday. Hugh Jackman. Yes. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Yes, that looks really good. Greatest Showman was incredible with him, by the way. If you've never seen that, with him and Zac Efron and that whole group. That was an incredible movie. So tomorrow is going to be the day before a holiday, right? So we could see low participation tomorrow. All right. And then obviously Thursday closed, Friday's a trading halt. So we really only have kind of today, right? We have today is our normal day. Yesterday was a Monday. Tomorrow is the day before holiday. So today's like could be like a normal day, our only normal day. Hi, Edward. How are you? So we'll see. We'll see. Any questions on the VIX? Like I said, we're kind of in a pickle right here. There's really not a whole lot to do other than guess from this point if we're going to fall through it or if we're going to make our pullback. There's really nothing quite to go on here. But I have a feeling, even without looking at the ES, that we're sitting right on top of the fill right now, or we're real close to it. All right. So any questions? Any questions? Very good. All right. Trip, good? Okay. All right. So moving on to the financials. Now, bank, remember, this is just an index, right? It doesn't have to be technical. So it's in one of those things where, yes, we are in resistance. Absolutely. There's no doubt. There's been this short up here from September 4th to October 16th, right? That's been up there. All right. And we've been in this just massive, you could almost call it a range. So this is what we're watching on the financials. All right, we had this long, all right, coming out of last week. This was what, Friday? Yeah, Friday. And we went up and we hit that target, right? Then we had these, excuse me, these extensions, right? And they were holding, held number one, number two broke, okay? And then we had these shorts coming off the highs, right? They broke. So we're just kind of chopping sideways up here. We're between this previous high, right? And our high, right? So we're kind of chopping around in here. The next long, the next measured move could come off of these lows to highs, right? Again, bank's just an index. It doesn't have to be trade perfect and any of that stuff. But now with that extension breaking, if we start to roll over, it makes these a little suspect, right? Because we're back at the top of the range. We could run back to the bottom. Now, if we see that, that's kind of going to suck for the indices, right? Because we got the VIX in shorts. Number one, awesome, most important part, done. Now we've got either the wind in our back or we've got a boat anchor, right? If we get a boat anchor, meaning bank falling, it's just going to make the indices harder to get a sustained rally going, right? So we'll see where we open up today and what direction we get moving. But this is kind of the area we're hanging out in. All right. So nothing really to do right until we open up. But it's just interesting. We need the financials help. The saying is, if you see a rally without the financials participating, don't trust the rally. If you see a sell-off without the financials participating, don't trust the sell-off. All right. So if we start rallying, we want to see bank going with us. All right. Okay. So moving on to the ES. Yeah, there's the gap fill right there. So we're right on top of it. Okay. Larger time frame. All right. You guys can't see that. There we go. All right. Larger time frame, December 16th, right? Highs to highs. So we've traded back into that extension long. All right, we traded back into this extension long, right? The VIX broke its long setups. So we're looking for pullbacks coming out of this, targets up at 71.40. Can we reach 71.40 by Christmas time? That's the question right now. All right. So zooming in, there's that support. There's that line right there. That's that daily/weekly extension long right there. All right. So we've got, here's the extension longs that are equating to the VIX. All right, and it's from 215 on Friday, highs to high, not highs to highs, but highs to right here, 67.29.50. See, we made this first pullback right there. Never hit our target, so we just leave it there. And there we go. We traded it overnight, or late yesterday. No, that's overnight. Yeah, overnight, right there. Haven't hit our target. So you can see we could build a big old you-know-what up here. We could build a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension. Okay? It'll be interesting to see our participation today because this is where those happen, right? So could we just go sideways up here on top of our extension? Yes, we could. All right. Now, if this extension breaks, that means the VIX is pulling back, or that means the VIX is squeezing, right? So we're going to watch our lows of the week, or halfway back of the week, right? Lows of the week to highs of the week. Okay, and that would be down here. All right, now if that breaks, different conversation because we're making a full pullback. All right, but we know on the way up, the indices can hold extensions and get aggressive and run higher. On the way down, they like to come all the way back and fill. But once we're in an uptrend on the indices, you know, they can hold extensions, they can get aggressive. All right, so we'll see going into the morning, but there's our support that equates to that VIX short, that VIX extension short. And almost you want to look at it as these lows, what was that, 4:30 a.m.? 4:30 a.m. right there. So those lows on the ES, because you know the VIX didn't trade all the way up in here, but those lows on the ES are right here, right? So 4:30. So you could almost look at it as if the VIX breaks this and starts to head higher, then we're breaking this extension. Okay. So the gap fill, 67.1875. We squeezed 10 points away twice. All right, this morning, right back into the fill. We'll see if by 9:30 we can get that rubber band to stretch far enough away to snap us back into the fill. Because when it just is chilling right on top of it, it doesn't do us much good, right? But there were a couple entries, 7:30 a.m. And then, oh, this was right at the news event. So, okay, so there we go. So one way or another, you know, if for some reason we get a wild hair, HARE, and, you know, go ripping higher before the open, we still want to watch those 20 points, right? I don't have them drawn up because I don't want to waste my time doing that. Right, so we'll see where we open up. I just have a sinking suspicion, and I hope I'm wrong, that we're gonna stay tight today. Right, being the time of the year, time of the week, and where we are. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope the VIX holds that short, sells off, and we continue to a nice big rally today. But we'll see. We don't want to get caught in the middle of this nonsense. Right, we want to trade the extremes. We can trade the top and the bottom, but you don't want to get caught up in the middle of this junk. Right. Okay, so we'll see if we get that thing to stretch far enough away. All right. Yes, and that's a good point, Omar. We still have this gap below us. Right, we didn't fill this yesterday. This is Friday's 4 o'clock close. All right. Absolutely, way down here. And eventually we'll fill that. Okay. And that would be super juicy if we came down here and filled this, because that would more than likely be very close to a full pullback. Yep. So if we made this full pullback eventually, that'd be a juicy long, and we would fill that gap. Yeah, good eye, Omar, good eye. Is that going to happen today? Hell, I don't know. Stranger things have happened, right? Millie Bobby Brown's happened. So we'll see, you know, probably not, but again, who knows? But eventually we will. Just like when you look at some of these past gaps we've had, where we're like, there's no way we're ever getting back there and filling that thing. Remember when we were up here at 67.91, right? Ended up filling that thing, right? So market likes to clean up its messes, right? We left this unfilled, dropped all the way down here, then filled it, right? So as we talk about, it likes to clean up its messes. So this is the only mess we have, so to speak, right now. All right, so hopefully, again, we get this rubber band to stretch far enough away that we can at least snap back into the fill. Any questions about the fill, guys? I got to get moving here. It's 8:50 already. All right. Okay. All right, so moving on, NASDAQ doesn't look too much different. There's our extension long from Friday, 215, highs to highs, right there. So we'll just let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. Okay, but same as the ES. And then if we break, we're going to look at our halfway back on the week. Okay, so that's the NASDAQ. YM and the Russells. All right, here's the YM. Now it's still got a pullback to make, right? It's still got this short pullback to make, but here's where the YM is sitting inside of its longs. All right, from our lows down here on Thursday to our highs, we traded this. This is our halfway or our low of the week. Okay, that's our low of the week so far right there. All right, right inside of this pullback from last Thursday's lows to Friday's highs. Right there. So here's our halfway back on the week on the YM. You can see it's trading perfectly right there. All right, so we'll kind of use that as our line in the sand. All right. So again, watch bank because YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to bank's movements. Okay. So we'll see where bank opens up, which direction it gets moving. All right. But YM holding its halfway back in the week. Looking good. All right, moving on to the Russells. Here's the Russells. Okay, there's a touch. All right, that just happened. So our highs October 24th down here to our lows on November 21st, we just touched that short. And it got popped, didn't it? All right. There we go. So that shorts these 24.33.80s. What did we trade? 24.34. 2 ticks away. Or 2 ticks in. Yeah, 2 ticks in. So nice. That's a great touch right there. Okay. So we still have our halfway back in the week, right? That's what we're going to watch, but this is dangerous. But that's what we're going to watch. If we're going to hold the long side on the Russells, it's got some work to do, right? It's going to have to get through this. And that is just a perfect touch right there. If you put your order on the 50% line, it would have gone 2 ticks against you. That's pretty awesome. Geeks me out, Ed. So we'll see on this pullback here, right? If this can hold our halfway back in the week, we'll be good to go to the other side. But if this breaks on the Russells, it's making a larger pullback. Okay. So we'll watch bank, right? YM the Russell is the most sensitive to bank's movements, right? But once bank changes trend, we've been talking about this for a couple weeks. Once bank changes trend, there might be some serious opportunity in the Russells, right? Serious opportunity in the Russells. All right. So what do we got going here? Oop, don't do that. All right. Any questions? VIX, bank, indices before I move on to the other stuff. Remember, we got news at 10 as well. All right. Any questions? VIX, bank, indices. Cap fill before I move forward. Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin, still in these short setups. All right, here's our extension short from November 4th to our lows. This is our next extension short on Bitcoin. All right, we've already traded from this anchor. depending on how you look at it, 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 times. There's number 1, there's number 2 targets, there's number 3 targets, there's number 4. Okay, haven't quite gotten there yet. And you can see there's these counter trends off of lows that are leading us back into this, right? But this is the spooky part, right? When we hold the long, we don't make it to a profit target, and then this next worker bee move breaks, right? So if that little worker bee move breaks, which it pretty much already has, right? That's going to start us down. Okay. All right. So that's where Bitcoin is, still in shorts, right? Still in shorts. You look for pullbacks here if you wanted to. The failures up here. The failures at 92,183, right? So we could dance around in here and do whatever, but shorts are holding, and they're actually getting more aggressive. That's spooky too, right? Because there's only so many orders to go around. So any hedging opportunities, you want to make sure you get your order filled. They're going to do it early, and that's what happens right there. All right. So there's Bitcoin. Now, gold and silver, we're not looking at crude oil because it's stupid right now. Gold and silver had some development, at least gold did. Gold's in this massive long, right? This massive long down here has targets at 46.07. We had our contract rollover, and that busted through the short that we've been waiting on to bust through. All right. Bam. Gone. All right. So we're going to start looking for pullbacks here on gold, right? First pullback after this trend break. What do we have to watch out for? What do we want to make sure that we pay attention to so we don't miss the boat here on this pullback? Anybody? Anybody? I'll give you a clue. This first pullback after the trend break, all right? Now you guys get it? Okay. Anyway, oh gosh, you people. Yes, the 38.2 time. Yeah, yes. On these first pullbacks after trend breaks, everybody and their brother is looking at this, right? So we need to pay attention when we get to these 38.2s. We don't want to, miss the boat, so to speak. So if we do make an easy way to do that is if we do make this pullback to this 38.2 and we start to lift off, you can put on half your position there, stop below the 61.8, and then if it does make its full pullback to the 50, then you can add your second half of your position on, right? That's one easy way to do it without grabbing more or taking on more risk, right? Is if it does get down here and you see us start to get a reaction, you can go halvesies, stop here, and then if it continues, you can add your other half, or if it falls down into the 50% and lifts off, you can add your other half. All right, but you can go halvesies here. Just watch it trade. Don't blindly trust it. Okay. So we'll watch for that. But gold did break its shorts. Gold did break its shorts. Silver, not quite yet, unless it's done it in the past 20 minutes. Nope, not quite yet. There's the short we want to see break on silver, 52.89. Silver's in a massive long with targets up at 57, what is that, 03. All right, but we need to break through these 52.39s. That's drawn from our highs on the 13th to our lows on the 18th right there. Never hit our target. So we leave the draw where it is. In it again, sell off. All right, so now we're back. So we need these 52.39s to break. All right, and then we can start looking for pullback longs on silver that could lead us a long way. All right, a long way. Okay, now we've been getting some dollar weakness. So speaking of the dollar, here's this dollar weakness that we've been waiting on. So DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies put together. Just an index. November 13th to highs, November 21st. Here comes that pullback we've been waiting on. That's dollar weakness as we're falling. That's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and to a certain extent the indices. All right. So when we get to the actual currencies themselves, here's the dollar yen. I'm currently in the dollar yen, right? We're making this pullback. All right. From these highs on November or October 9th to highs, right? We were talking about this yesterday, right? We had these pullbacks off of highs right here, and we've got our targets down here. Okay, so this is still dollar weakness as this is falling back down into support. This is a 4-hour chart, so we've still got room. This falling is dollar weakness. That's going to give the precious metals that boost. Now, when you zoom in here, right, we had these little short setups leading us down. There's number one. Here's number two. Right there. So that's what we're in. We're in this series of measured moves leading us down into support. So we'll see what happens when we get down here. All right, the euro squeezing back into resistance. Now it'd be very, very cool if this broke. Will it break? I don't know. I have any idea. Probability says no, because we traded a short, we broke the long, and this is our pullback. But we've still got room. This rising, dollar weakness, bullish for the precious metals. All right, or at least gives them a tailwind. This rolls back over, back into dollar strength. Okay, so we'll see. But you know, it looks really good right now. Right, we still got, that's a lot of room. That's a lot of dollar weakness to give those precious metals a boost. Okay, moving on, British pound. Oh yeah, it broke. Okay, so it broke this short finally. It broke this short finally, and now we've got room here too, just like the euro, to squeeze back into this resistance. All right, so if this continues higher, dollar weakness, right? Tailwind for the precious metals and to a certain extent the indices. All right, so you can see how we've gone from dollar strength to dollar weakness, at least dollar weakness for the interim here. All right, so we're sitting right on top of the fill. That's kind of bogus, whatever. It's sitting right on top of the fill. We'll see if we stretch far enough away. We still got a half hour. All right, we do have news at 10. Okay, we do have news at 10. What's up, Snipe? So any questions, guys? Or anything you might have missed? I got like 1 minute here. No, I got to get off. Everybody good? All right, if I don't talk to you guys on the new, well, yeah, okay. So we're on WAP. Today's only Tuesday. Yeah, so we're on WAP tomorrow. We're on Stockhouse TV at noon. And then, yeah, we'll be on WAP tomorrow. Vix, yeah, real quick, because I got people coming on after me. All right, this is what we're looking at right here. This is our extension short. Right there. From the 2105s down here to the 1990, that low right there. But then we're just watching these previous highs because these previous highs equate with the ES previous low. Okay. So that's what we're looking at right there. All right. Everybody got their screenshots and stuff? Cheech, you good? Who is Cheech? Cheech, what's your Discord name or your WAP name? Because everybody says they know you, but I don't recognize the Cheech or check a lot, whatever the hell your name is. All right. Everybody says they know you. I don't know who that.
He's buddies with Chong.
With who?
Chong. Cheech. He's buddies with Chong. Cheech and Chong.
Oh, well, yeah, I know that. They hang out in the bar. We don't need no stinking license. Yeah. Jose, is that Jose Four Names? No? Maybe it's different Jose. All right. Did you like that? Did you like that reference, Tamika? You don't need no stinking license. All right. Okay. All right, everybody good? All right, Tyler, Fearless Leader, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a great day, everybody. I'll see you at noon. Don't forget, we got news at 10. We got news at 10.
Hey, guys, we're going to step away real quick to get Zach set up. He's here already. We just got to get his chart set up, and then we'll be right back on, so don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Zach. How are you doing today, Zach?
What's up? How you doing? Doing well.
I'm doing well too, man. I'm doing well. Glad to have you on today.
Yeah.
How was your trading day yesterday?
It's pretty slow. This whole week for me, I've already kind of faced the fact that it's probably gonna be a slower week for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
Today, though, we do have, as you can see on the screen, four different potential post earnings trades. So I'm happy about that. But yesterday was pretty slow. Just one swing that I entered and a couple little future scalps, but that was about it.
Nice, man. Nice. Do you want to do a quick walkthrough of these four names?
Yeah. The first thing that I'll do though is I just want to talk about the swing that we're in for those in it. Um, so I entered this swing. So initially, I entered this trade as a post earnings trade on Friday, and we did get a decent move, but I ended up getting stopped at break even, which was probably the smart bet. And then I said I'm going to look for some type of reentry, and I took the reentry yesterday. So now, and I said this yesterday, that most likely after a large wide range from Friday, right, from the highs around 76 to the low around 69, it's a pretty wide range. It would potentially be an inside daily bar. And that is what ended up happening inside daily bar. And so now I'm looking for that continuation to the downside for that daily 1, 2, 3. It, in my opinion, this could get followed through to the downside regardless of what the market does. But obviously, with a weaker market, it would be easier for us. So
Sure.
my downside targets here are 66 and change. And then I don't have my exact levels here, but if we scroll back down to here, there's an unopened gap from 2023 around 62, which is my main dream target for this trade.
Yeah, that'd be
And we
nice.
do have yeah, that would be great. And I have the December calls, or just say December puts. I'm so used to buying calls. Um, so I have the December puts. So we have enough time if it does want to. If and so basically for as far as a stop, the two things I'm looking for, one, an hourly close back above like the hourly 8 EMA. We haven't got one of those. If we do get one of those, I'll probably exit regardless of what the premium is looking like, whether it's break even, small profit, small gain. um, and then also what I'd be looking for now is some type of immediate failure to go lower. Because again, if we do get a daily 1, 2, 3, and if we also get the gap under, which is what we're looking like we are getting right now, at least a gap under yesterday low and last week low, that daily 1, 2, 3 to the downside should be triggering right away. So any type of impactful failure to go lower that gets back above the opening print and starts pushing, I would also look to exit that, because that could potentially be a failed breakdown, which I don't want to be a part of. So as long as either of those things don't happen, I will hold and I will try to ride it down into those targets.
All right, nice. Nice. So that's the swing trade you entered yesterday. And then these are
Yes,
the four names that you're taking a look at as post earnings moves for today.
exactly. Yep. So four different names, kind of a mixed bag on setups. My favorite is over here in ADI, which I'll cover after. But so the first one here is an ANF. Um, this is a bit of a tricky one. Actually, both shorts are a bit tricky, and you'll see why. So ANF is actually getting a big gap up, but by my definition, we're still in a daily downtrend. The daily could actually flip to the upside here, depending on exactly what happens. But even if that does happen, we can still get a short. The weekly's in a downtrend, and oops, the monthly's also in a downtrend. So what I'm watching mostly here is this weekly 20 EMA, and we are losing a little bit right here. It was gapping closer to 78s, and now it's closer to 76s here. But I was looking for ideally a spike up. Why is my tool not working? There we go. I was looking for some type of spike up to this 78 area, which is also the weekly 20, back under the opening print for a short down to these 75 sevens, 74 twos. And then realistically underneath like 74 2, at that point the daily probably wouldn't flip. So then you're open to 72 sevens and or 72 twos and then a full gap fill if possible. Doubt the full gap fill happens personally, but I could definitely see down to 72 twos. If we gap, or if we, I should say, if we open like right here, around like 75 sevens, that becomes less ideal because now we would have to work all the way up here and then all the way back down. So we definitely want to open closer to like 78, 77 and change. If we open underneath like around here, it's not as pretty looking. So we'll see how that plays out. And then we got our second one, which is in Symbiotic, another kind of funky one. This one's a bit different, and I don't like this one as much. And this one can honestly be played both directions. A gap above the 71.9s could potentially flip us back to the upside. Then we can just simply run back to these all-time highs, gap fill. However, if we don't get that gap, then it's kind of the same deal. Spike up back under the opening print, and we can look for a fade down to 61.5s. We're pretty much wide open for there. However, the weekly's in an uptrend and the monthly's in an uptrend. But despite that, the daily has not flipped up and could potentially do something like this all the way down here, then rally all the way back up. So it could actually be a short leading into a long. This one's a little bit more speculative than ANF because ANF overall and all the higher time frames is weaker. So I'd prefer to look for there for a short. But this one in theory could work both directions. I lean slightly short. And then this is my favorite setup now of the day, ADI. This is going to be my main focus. Super clean for the people that like trend lines, right?
Yeah.
Very clean. And for me, the daily would flip here on a gap up. I don't really care if it gaps above 242.8s or 240.5s. 242.8 is probably a little bit better. But if we get some type of gap and retest, some type of spike down back over the opening print, regardless, I'm going to be aggressive. Even if we don't gap above this level, I'm going to be taking aggressive entry here, knowing it could fail. However, I like this setup so much that I'm willing to be aggressive and potentially take an L on a little bit less confirmation here. And the reason being is because I think there is a possibility where if this trade does work out, we can get back to the all-time high today at around 257, 258. So if you look at the previous earnings days, this was the last one here, right?
Mm-hmm.
The low of the day was 228. The high of the day was 245s. So that was about a $17 intraday range, right? So if we get exactly that, from around 242, that gets us back to that all-time high. All right.
Okay.
Previously, the one before that, 225, call it, to 211. So roughly the $14-ish range. So, we can see that, and again, this was a lesser value, and I didn't even go back further, but that was enough for me. Okay, so here's the last one before that. So 224 to 242, right? Another like $18 or so, 16, whatever.
So that's pretty standard for post
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Pretty standard across the board that regardless of direction, it gives us a wide range, right? It gives us like a 7% or so intraday move.
Did ADI report yesterday after the bell or this morning before the bell?
I believe it was this morning.
Okay.
Let me just check actually. For those type of things, though, it doesn't really matter. It was this morning, yeah.
Okay. So either way, I mean, you have a similar, it would be the same, type of setup either way, right?
Exactly. It doesn't matter when it reports. It's mostly just the price action that we're looking for. So again, I'm going to be pretty aggressive with this one because I would rather be aggressive with this one and fail than not aggressive and miss it, just because of the nature, right? We've seen the possibilities here, and this one, in my opinion, out of the four, is the most like clear cut. Again, I'm going to be potentially taking an aggressive entry, so trading confirmation for better R to R if we can get an entry. So we're noting that, and then this is like the least of my like kind of priorities here, but I can still see the potential here as well. We've been going range bound for pretty much over a month now, right? A month and a half. And the daily could potentially flip here if we do get that push up. However, we don't know if it's going to get the push up. It's a pretty flat opening. So this one is more speculative in the sense that the daily's looking to flip back up. The weekly's already in an uptrend and potentially actually a weekly buy setup. And the monthly retested the 8 looking for continuation. And again, the monthly candle closes soon. So, for me, it would be, it makes sense and it would be strong to test this monthly 8 EMA and close near these highs and get our strongest monthly close in multiple years, right? So if that does happen, our first target 76, but then above this area, we're pretty much wide open. We haven't really tested above here in 3 years. So I would assume 80 as a first target, but realistically back to like 90 plus, on a swing perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last few earnings haven't been as crazy, but still enough to give us a move. So 53 and change to 59.8 doesn't seem like a lot dollar wise, but that's an over 10% range. And then the one before that as well was similar here, 35.3 to 38 and change. So about a 10% range as well. So if we're looking for a 10% range in the day, maybe a quick spike down, but can get us easily to that 76 range that ADR kind of holds up.
Okay. So
And that's it.
are the individual names going to be your focus today then, as opposed to futures?
Mm-hmm. So for me, and we'll hop into futures here now. Good segue. We're in a tricky spot because the Nasdaq here, we got our
I was thinking the
largest
same
day
thing.
actually, our largest rally in. Let's just get rid of all levels just for pure structure. We got our largest rally since May, right? We had it was like a 2.6 or 7% move or something yesterday. But the thing is, we're rallying back up now into these daily EMAs, and more so, we have not a lot of structure now to the downside. So for me, the best case scenario, big picture, if we're going to want this trend to continue, is to fill out some range. Because if we just have a V reversal up, it's possible that we do something where we kind of rally back up to these 25,600s and then fail from there, equal highs. So I would like today to be kind of a smaller range inside bar, which is fine. Um, if we do break above yesterday high, that's also fine, but it would be harder for me to long that because yesterday we were kind of breaking that daily 8. Now, if we break that daily 20, based on my strategy, that's kind of tough to long into. It would just be like trying to short a support, right? I'm not going to short a major support. And so if it does make a rally today, I'm going to be less willing, unless it's later in the day, to take those pullback longs. So today I would be more willing to buy some type of pullback dip. But overall, not going to do a whole lot. But what does interest me actually, and ES is pretty much the same thing too. Pretty much the same view. But what does interest me today is the potential for the Russell and the Dow on a day where maybe ES and NQ kind of chill out for a day, where the Russell and the Dow potentially take over. So the daily is not yet flipped up on the Russell, but the weekly here is looking decent. And if we can get back, well, we're above the level actually that I'm looking at. We have a level at 24.15 or so. And so as long as we can hold above that, longs up to like 24.45s, 24.50s could be possible in there. But I would like to see some immediate relative strength right off the bat here for the Russell if that does happen. I'm not going to force the trade in the Russell, but if we can get some notable relative strength, then definitely interested there. And then the Dow also, by higher time frame structure, is technically the weakest, but I'm kind of thinking it could play catch up here as well. Basically a daily 1, 2, 3, right? We had our impulse, our pause bar, maybe looking for an impulse here. And above these highs at around 46,650s, we still have about 150 to 180 points of upside to the daily 20. And we also have a level up there near like 46,900s or so. So I could see the potential there as well if the Russell and the Dow kind of want to, take over while NQES rests. Not sure if we get that, but I'm kind of keeping that open for possibility. And then lastly is just gold. Gold here is, looking pretty good. We had that, big kind of short that I took, some consolidation, pop, more consolidation. And now we're pretty much free back to last week high. 4160 and 4200 are the targets. So I'm going to wait for gold. As always with gold, it's so volatile right now where you could literally take a baby scalp on a 5-minute candle and make some money. So there's never a lack of setups lately with gold. So I will be patient for that one. And oops. That's all I got for now.
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Lots to watch today. We had data at 8:30 that came out, and then there's some more that comes out at 10. So 30 minutes in open here. 7 minutes till market open. What up, Snipe? Frank, how's it going? Frank said BLBD earnings gap.
Yeah, I'm checking this right now. This could work. It's not bad. It's still an inside monthly, daily. Definitely not terrible. I never heard of this one.
Is that names you haven't traded before, tickers like that? Do you tend to stay away from those? Do you like to trade things that you're more familiar with, or are you just like a chart to chart?
No, honestly, I haven't traded ANF in a while. I traded Symbiotic once. I've never traded ADI, and whatever the last one is, I never traded either. What was it? SMTC. So for me, a chart to chart, I am aware if like I pull up the option chain, it's funky, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. But
Yeah,
as long
crazy wide
as all
spreads
else
and
is
stuff.
equal, doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely one of the advantages to trading equities as opposed to futures is that you have that wide pool of names to pick from. You can find stuff that's standing out and looks a little unique.
Absolutely. That Bluebird doesn't look bad. I've never traded it. It doesn't look like it has huge targets. 56.7's first target. It could work. I mean, by structural definition, it's valid. Just unsure how much follow through it gets because we only had that one big earnings, but we'll see. I'm gonna pull it up on my other screen just to keep an eye on it and see. Just to note it down.
And guys, we are going to do a Lucid account giveaway before Zach gets off. We're going to do it towards the end of this live trading session, so make sure you guys stick around for that.
Oh yeah.
Five minutes till market open, everybody here, so make sure you are prepared. You got any big Thanksgiving plans, Zach?
Not really. Just heading back either today or tomorrow to see some family.
Nice.
Yeah, nothing too crazy though. Nothing too crazy. How about yourself?
Yeah, same. Just going to the parents' house, having a good meal, relaxing day.
Nice.
We said giveaway, Frank. Oh, we didn't talk about Baba. They have earnings too, I think.
Yeah, I didn't really love the structure there because it's still in a daily downtrend, and I actually missed my long. I was trying to long around 148, 150 pre-earnings, and I just kind of forgot about it. But the monthly close will be key. A strong monthly close for Baba, and then this thing I think is going to be ready to go. I was basically looking. You could even see it here. This was the area I was looking along. It basically hit that perfectly. The previous kind of breakout area. The monthly 8 EMA.
Yeah,
weekly
breaking
looked really
above
nice.
The previous week's high here.
Oh yeah, for people who like, kind of, wedge type patterns. Why is it my tool? All right, there we go.
Yeah, Baba definitely looks like it. It has some potential. My guess is the options are really juiced.
Yeah. For Chinese names, I find it's best to take swing entries in these ones rather than try to day trade them because they're very volatile. They gap a lot. Have a wider stop with them. All right, so we got a couple minutes here.
I like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. Chinese food makes me sick. You ever hear that song, Zach? Are you too young for that?
No. No.
Oh, that's an old classic. Abercrombie and Fitch.
Alrighty.
Yeah. ADI selling hard right now. Oh no, spiking. Yeah, it's just increased volatility with earnings.
Well, so much for that.
Yeah. Coins.
Well, my favorite setup
yeah.
is no more.
$20. That's a $20 candle.
And that SMTC just faded a bit. And that Bluebird just popped a bit. So literally everything just in the last minute.
Yeah. ADI does have a $9 wick here, so.
Yeah. But now the daily's not going to flip back up. So in theory, it could technically even be a short. I'm not going to short it, but it would be more valid for a short now unless you just YOLO along. But
yeah,
I'm hoping it somehow gets back over 240s. Otherwise, we maybe just went from a lot to do to nothing to do. Because Frank said Sim is over the level, but the Sim long is the least, I'm least willing to long that just because of the daily. It could flip, but I need to buy a pullback first. Yeah, Bluebird over 56.7 has room, but if it doesn't gap over that, it's a gap over would be like an A, a non-gap over would be like a B type of trade. So we'll see. I'm always willing, but
The Dow seeing a nice push here right before market open.
yeah, that's what I'm watching here, especially for this the Dow push over those previous day highs.
ADI is getting a wick, but it's
No, not enough. Not enough,
yeah.
sadly. So I think it's going to be ANF short, potentially, maybe symbiotic long. I have to see how that daily looks, or the SMT. I'm going to give ADI like 15, 20 minutes to see if it does anything, but most likely no dice there. Dow with a huge pop, actually just opened above level.
True. Yeah, I was just gonna
And
say
now
over
ripping.
615. That's a nice open for the Dow.
I kind of want to just like long the Dow here.
I kind of agree with you. NASDAQ initial push down.
We broke on the Dow. I really want to long that. We basically gapped like right at level, basically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And got a little spike into it.
Super aggressive. Yeah, I don't be super aggressive, but I do like it. I might just take like 3 micros for now with like a 100-point stop, just in case it does reverse under 50.
Russell also going the S&P ES, putting in a green candle. NQ the only one still with a red candle.
Yeah. Dang, that Dow was just ripping.
Yeah, dude, she took off.
Should have just longed it.
Gave us those signs right at the pre-market there. Right
I was so close to longing it, like right as we broke that previous day
yeah.
high. And then it came down a little. I'm like, okay, let me wait, and then just here we go. But
Russell ripping too.
Yeah. So ANF is getting the spike up. I would need to see it back under like 78s now for it to work. Otherwise, probably no dice. Damn. Well, listen, more than anything, we can say that the thought process was right. You know, NQES, regardless of what happens the rest of the day, maybe they chill, maybe they don't. But like the catch-up thought process with the Russell and the Dow. I mean, I know I don't have those on my screen, but I'll just throw on the Dow for a second. I mean, that's 160 points on the Dow in like, what, 2 minutes? 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
I almost took that break, but then I was trying to figure out a stop, and I was like, okay, I want the stop to be like wide enough down here, but that's like 3 micros. So I don't know. Good thought process, but and the Russell's going too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at this point, the R to R is off because we have level a little bit ahead, daily 20 a little bit ahead.
NASDAQ still below its open.
We did just bounce off the hourly 8 though for the NASDAQ. So
yeah,
if we break anything under that low, like the exact low from right now, 24,817s, it could get a bit ugly. We do have a lot of downside room from there. I didn't long that just because I was just staring at the Dow ripping in front of my face. ANF is potentially setting up. I'm going to look at these contracts and just kind of see what they're at. We didn't quite get to that weekly 20, but again, it would be a weekly 20 via time if it does set up properly. Whoa, that was a big spike down. That might be the entry there. I'm looking at the contracts. I would probably take a very just small. Oh, wow, these things are. Okay, never mind. I don't think the option chain is opened yet. Either the option chain hasn't opened, or these are the worst spreads I've ever seen in my life.
Really? That's an Abercrombie & Fitch.
Okay, they just opened. Yeah, it was like bid was 0.2 to ask was 4. They're still wide. They're still a bit wide
Yeah,
here, yes.
yeah.
But not nearly as bad.
Apple ripping.
There goes Symbiotic above the opening print again. This worked, like I said, above 71.9s for longs. I just didn't really love that, so I passed on it.
I'm gonna try, I think, an MNQ long, a couple micros.
I'm watching Dow for a pullback. If we do get an immediate pullback, like a controlled 2-minute pullback, I would take a stab.
I want to see NQ over the opening print.
So ESTC there just spiked down to yesterday low, broke yesterday low, now bouncing a bit. If we start rallying back above the opening print, I would consider closing this, but unless that happens, I'm still going to hold. Kind of a shame that nothing ended up working. I mean, Symbiotic may end up rallying to 78.6s, but I'm going to pass on that. Also unfortunate that the Dow just had a 200-point rip in less than 10 minutes. But you can justify Symbiotic, I think, here. And let's see, if the contracts are cheap enough for like a Friday expiration, I would consider it. I'd look at like the $80 calls for Friday. So in my brain, they would need to be like less than $100, which I don't think they would be, but yeah, they're like 100. That's not terrible. They're like 150, so not as good. If it gets to, I mean, if it gets to level the 78.6s, again, I'm not sure if it does. That's the whole thing. But if it does get to the level at 78.6s here, the $80 calls would probably double. But does it do that is the question. Someone knows the answer. You can read the future. Let me know.
That is always the question in this game we're playing, right?
Yes. Got an alert. Oh, that's an ESTC breaking down. Nice. All right. I mean, this Semtech thing is just going to be invalid, so I'm just going to take that off the screen for now. Ooh, nice. Okay. We're pushing here. Those contracts aren't really moving, though. That stinks. Up like 10%. This ANF could potentially trigger the short. Let me see.
What's that? You ever heard of ticker symbol keys? KEYS?
Mm-hmm. I never traded it though, but I've heard of it.
So up almost 10%.
Wow. I am watching ANF for the short here. If we get back under like 77.7s, I'd consider that short. those contracts for ESTC weren't moving too crazy. But now, especially after the spike down, anything spike up, I'm not interested.
Frank, you in some Apple?
Excuse me. Yeah, so I think, I mean, honestly, if Symbiotic breaks the 70s, I think this is the short. Truthfully, I think it could be. It's a bit unorthodox as it did gap over level. Let me see if these are cheap enough. I think it's worth a lot of for like the 65 puts for this week.
Good stuff, Frank.
These are cheap.
NQ seeing a breakdown here.
They are spready though. They are very spready. Dang.
That's the worst.
Yeah. The $65 puts are spready, but they will very much work if this gets underneath these open wicks. I know if I don't take it here, it's not going to work. Actually, they tightened up a bit. I might size a couple for 0. Wait for this 5-minute bar close, guys, and then I'm going to potentially size some for 0. I would say 5-minute close under 70.2s I would take. It's not as A+ as I would like because it got the gap over level. Excuse me. I'm also still watching ANF for the short too. So both of those on the watch. The Dow is getting a bit of a 2-minute pullback here. Kind of already tagged target though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, NQ is broken into new lows. ES is pulled back into its opening print. The Russell and the Dow are holding up a little bit better.
Yeah, the Dow did tag the daily 20 right there, so I'm going to hold off on the aggressive long. I am watching ANF. I would take, and anything that I'm taking, guys, is going to be smaller size, like I said in the beginning of this week. Just less risk overall on a short week. So I'd be taking the $75 puts for this week for ANF, the weekly ones. If we get a 5-minute close under this previous bar, I know this 5-minute low still could, in theory, be the 5-minute low. But if we were to wait for this candle to get taken out, then the R to R doesn't make sense. So this trade will be size for 0, but I won't let it go to 0. They are a bit spready though. So NQ is getting down to that hourly 20. If we get down to 24,700s, that's a spot I would potentially consider going long. Oh, there's that. Yeah, there's that Wyman pullback there. Sheesh.
Yeah, getting a little ugly.
Yeah, it's just dumped hard. We're approaching that hourly 8. So we have confluence here, hourly 8 on ES, hourly 20 on NQ. So this area is what should hold. And again, if it doesn't, then that's where it gets dicey. Okay, so we just tagged it there on the ES. I'm looking at these ANFs, guys. They'll be sized for 0. I'd be taking, they'll be around like 1.4s or so. Again, I'm sizing them for 0 for the mentality, not actually going to let them go to 0. All right. All right, guys, took them here. Some of those at 1.4. Again, so in theory, the stop is above this level here, 78.8s, but I'm going to be okay if it does get stopped out there because it's going to be a larger loss, just letting you know. But the targets are down towards 74.2s in here. All right. Sim could work as well, but those are a bit spready. And I don't want to have 2 different 0 days going on at the same time. So.
We have data in 15 minutes. Consumer confidence.
So up about 15% on the ESTCs, but I definitely want more for sure.
It's a good start. The Dow back into the level here.
Mm-hmm. So that full fade there.
Yeah. Getting back underneath its open.
Mm-hmm. Gold with an ugly move too. Dang.
VIX seeing some strength here as well.
I'm just going to focus in on this here, guys, just to have this only up.
I like it. Locking in.
Oh, yeah.
So first target is 75, 72.
Yep. Probably take something off there.
Mm-hmm.
And then 74.2s and then down towards 72.2s if we really can get spicy, but
Spicy.
we'll see.
Spicy.
We shall see. Wow, the Dow with a 350-point dump.
Choo, yeah, she's
That's a crazy dump.
catching up to the ugliness.
Oh yeah.
How'd you do last Thursday on the 1,200 point reversal on the Nasdaq?
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
That was wild.
I took a stab long and at one point, and I'm like, all right, I got stopped out, and then we dropped like another like 700 points from there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I had some pre-market longs. I got a little too married too, but all right, all the indexes start to roll over here.
Mm-hmm. Very ugly move there.
Mm-hmm.
Across the board. Wow, that's bananas. Okay, ANF just broke those previous lows. Nice.
I'm probably gonna wait till after 10 at this point. Wait for the data to come out and see what things look like.
to hold under those lows. I'm going to set a trim just ahead of time in case it gets a quick spike down at $2 on these. If we can get a quick spike down to level, it should trigger.
Well, Google gapped hard again today.
I mean, this is a nasty move on the NASDAQ too. I mean, that 250 points, just like butter. Sheesh.
So Zach, you drinking black coffee over there? You a cream and sugar guy?
I actually am drinking water out of my. Thank you,
hydrating. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a coffee guy, to be honest with
No.
you. Never was able to get into coffee.
Snipe, what's up for who? Hey, Snipe, you're welcome to come over, baby. You are more than welcome, brother. You want to come from Boston to Pittsburgh? We'll welcome you with open arms, my friend.
So we just got down to that hourly 20 EMA on ES, which I didn't think was going to happen that quickly, but we did indeed just drop about 50 points in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick drop.
Yeah, pretty nasty. Contracts for ANF around like 1.6s or so right now. It should get to 2s if we break these lows. Even if I'm leaving a little bit on the table, like, you know, a tiny bit, I'd rather just have a trim set that I know should fill at level. But we'll see. Wow, look at that reversal now. 22 points.
I know. I'm keeping an eye on Google, to be honest with you.
All right.
Just has some nice relative
See what everything
strength.
else did. Sim end up holding.
Data in 7 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes. Sometimes the reaction from consumer confidence is not even very noticeable. Sometimes it'll give you some increased volatility. So just be aware of it one way or another.
Yeah, for sure. Just good to note.
The Russell with a really nice bounce.
Yeah, Russell's the strongest now, for sure.
Yeah.
I would consider that even for a long, those 24.45s if we didn't have this data, but
yeah. It's above the opening print, above VWAP. It's green on the day still. Bank is also pretty strong on the day. That's something Aaron talks about, that Bank has a lot more influence over the Russell and the Dow. So that's a confluence to add into the Russell thesis.
For sure. NQ with a 150-point reversal. But, you know, what happened right as that ES hit that 20, so it kind of makes sense, but still in a tricky spot nonetheless. If we didn't have the data, I'd be absolutely longing the Russell. So I'm mentally longing the Russell right now.
I'm like thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, I just said out loud I'm gonna wait till after 10, but now I want to do it.
I know.
But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
I used to actually not even check for data
Uh-huh.
because I didn't want to know.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I just wanted to say if the trade fails, it fails.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll see what happens with the Russell, but
I mean, I do think on the flip side, you could look at it as like, okay, the Russell's starting to look good, leading right up into data. I'm going to take this trade, and I think the data is going to help, give it some juice and push us higher. You just never know. Sometimes it has to be a dick first and stop you out, then work with that.
Exactly. And the stop is a little wide, but
yeah, for the Russell, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, things have been pretty volatile, even for a holiday week. And yesterday we went up over 500 and some points.
Absolutely.
Right now we have already a 260 point range.
Yep.
On the NASDAQ.
So ANF is rallying here. If it gets back above level and open print, it probably fails. So I'm just going to watch the price action. I'm size small, so if it goes to 0, it doesn't hurt, but I'm not going to let it go to 0, like I said. We were up, but if I'm in like a lotto size position, I can't be taking trims at like 20%.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's your trading schedule look like the rest of the week? Are you going to trade tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to trade tomorrow, and then I'm probably not going to trade Friday.
Enjoy the long weekend.
Yeah, usually on half days, I just like either look for swings or like manage swings if I have them. But
yeah,
this week overall, I said to myself, I'm going to focus on some futures, and then really just dial back the risk for options. So win or lose, it should be not overly impactful unless I hit like a crazy home run. But
ES bouncing all the way back into it's open. It's amazing how quickly things can go from looking really ugly to pretty good now.
Seriously, yeah.
I'm like looking at the Dow again. I'm like, damn, we're back getting over the level.
I almost shorted that daily 20 EMA zone, but I'm like, Dow's the strongest. And then, I mean, look at that. That thing dropped 450 points in like 10 minutes.
3 minutes 10 seconds, or sorry, 2 minutes 10 seconds till consumer confidence.
I'm gonna give it this 5-minute bar plus the next 5-minute bar for ANF, and if it makes new highs and confirms new highs, I'll close it out for whatever it's at. ES is almost at the back of the open.
It's about 10 o'clock right now, everybody. At 11 o'clock, we'll do a random draw to see who will win the first Lucid account for today. So make sure you guys stick around. New highs on the Russell.
Yeah. Oh well.
The real question is, Zach, are you better at splitting the G than Jake or what?
Oh no, he's the king. We're back over the opening print now on ES, and look at that. Russell's almost gonna hit target before the data is even out.
That's wild.
It's a 20-point reversal. That's pretty significant there.
On the Russell for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So I looked at it as like an 8-point stop. I'm like, a 10-point move on the Russell's a great win.
Oh yeah.
Make sure you guys are taking advantage of the Black Friday sales. Code StockTads.
All right, let's see. Do we get anything? Oh no. Russell's pushing through level.
Yeah, Snipe, I'm going to trade tomorrow, and then I'll probably take off till Monday as well. Who knows though? Maybe we'll take a little degenerate prop firm trade or something on Friday. All right, so data's out. Not much of a reaction.
No. I'm gonna give this ANF one more 5-minute bar. 5-minute close above these highs. I'm gonna close them out for whatever the price will be.
Chad, if anybody was on yesterday, the Coinbase 255s ended up getting in the money. They went about 100%. Same with the 260s. They went just a little short of 100%. Similar setup to your last week. It was it AMG? What'd you trade? I forget what it was. You were looking at a crypto.
Maybe BMNR.
Yeah, that's what it was. BMNR. Similar setup from the daily chart perspective.
Yeah.
On coin that I took yesterday.
Nice. Sim ended up making that push. Nice failure to lower. That's kind of a tough entry, though. I don't really think there was an entry for a long, but holding off on the short is equally a win. The only kind of crappy thing now is I don't really think I have any other trade ideas for the day. I mean, at least for options. I gave it the stab in ANF. Was green, but obviously looking for more. And everything else, no good.
Keeping an eye on the Dow right here. This 2-minute can set up some sort of buy trigger above 46,615.
Russell just hit level rejected.
Yeah, so technically speaking, the Dow is rejecting a level in opening print. It's back into VWAP. So if the 2-minute can flip and give me some sort of hammer that triggers back above the opening print and the level, it would be interesting. But if not, if it doesn't set up specifically that way, I'm going to avoid.
So we're literally right at that weekly 20 EMA for ANF. So I don't want to let this thing get really smoked despite the size. However, I do want to see it potentially reject. So let's see.
Wow, that's a pretty ugly NQ bar. ES2.
Yeah, that's almost a 100-point 2-minute bar.
Mm-hmm. a 5 minute, 150 point bar.
So we did close over the highs, but I'm gonna give it one more bar or a 5 minute close above 81. Because like I said, the weekly 20 is literally right here. We're pretty much directly at it. I want to see if it does get some type of sharp rejection, and then if not, I'll exit it up.
I am going to try a couple Dow micros.
All right.
Trying to get the break back up above 46,615. Stop would be below 550s. 65 point stop. Let's see if she can get any follow through. Oh yeah, Zach. One thing I forgot to mention: you're starting in December, right? You're starting a new small account challenge.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna
December
go 3K,
1st.
aiming for 10K.
That's the goal.
Nice. So yeah, make sure you guys tune in for that.
All right, I probably should exit these here.
Just to show you guys the entry on the Dow. You can see over here is the hourly chart. So we got this gap right above this area here, right? This 46,615s. Also got that spike below, but if you look over here, then on the 2-minute chart, you got that rejection. This is our open right at the level. Down into VWAP here, and as we started to get the bounce off of VWAP, I took my entry right at the 46,615 level. So stop below this low. So my ultimate, or not ultimate target, but my upper target would be this next hourly level from here, which would be the 46,911s. Good start so far. We'll see if it gets any follow through. Part of the thesis for this trade too is just YM and the Russell showing some relative strength compared to the NASDAQ. And when you look at Bank, you can see how strong Bank is here. So see if that can allow the Dow and Russell to stay strong. Oh man, I forgot I tried my first GameStop tournament today. I haven't looked at my
Oh yeah.
yeah. I just randomly picked 4 names. Oh no, I'm down. I'm down 2.77%. Not good.
All right, closed up those ANFs, guys, at 0.45, 75 puts. And I also closed the elastic at 3.6. It could still fail, but this is kind of the failure to go lower I was talking about. You know, the consig up to like 441, but I didn't really want to let it get too extended there because at that point it could fail. So, maybe back to the upside. EST 1219 in profit, but not crazy, not a huge win.
Solid start on YM here, up about 100 points. Let's see if she can hold door. So we were talking about this with Fuzz yesterday. When it comes to your Thanksgiving meal, are you somebody who likes to kind of just mix it all up, the plate, just go in? It doesn't matter if the food's touching, or do you got a little bit of the tism where your food's you can't have your stuff mixing?
I think it's like a mixture of both. I don't mind, but I'm not purposely.
You're not just
Pushing
throwing it all
up,
together
yeah.
in one just big slop fest.
Yep.
Do you get down with the cranberries? Fuzz was super
No, I do not.
anti-cranberry.
I as well.
Yeah. Ethan was talking shit on us. He said you got to redeem these MFers. He wasn't with our Thanksgiving taste buds. We weren't big pie guys either. He's a big pie guy. No, Bernice, no, come on. I personally like it all mixed in there, man. Throw it all together. You can mix all up. It's like a Chipotle bowl. Just go to town.
That's funny. Nvidia getting crushed. Yep. Inside stock dads. So inside stock dads, Jessica, there's not any like classes per se. I do teach it in the mastermind, but the normal subscription doesn't come with how you learn my strategy essentially.
Do you have a like a pre-recorded mastermind that they can get inside of the stock that's Discord, or is it something that you teach live every now and then you like schedule a new one?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to be doing a live one shortly. And well, not, I don't say shortly, anytime between the next like 1 to 2.5 months, more likely closer to like the 2.5 month marker, like
after the holidays,
year.
maybe start next year.
But I do have the recordings that are also available for sale, which also gets you access to the mastermind chats, and then everything else that comes with it. I just recently made a new like futures guide. Not necessarily, I have a futures playbook, which basically is my entire strategy, but the futures guide is how I set up actually trading the futures accounts, which gives a lot of structure, basically a blueprint. And then you get access to like my watch list, my EMA script, some other stuff that I'm probably forgetting, but.
All right, things have been getting a little consolidating here.
Yeah, I'm unsure what to do now. The sim basically worked. Let me see actually what those contracts are worth just for my notes. They should be $80 call. Yep, they doubled. They were like 1.4, now they're like 2.7. Tough entry though. Again, I don't really think there was a long entry per se, unless you took the aggressive one and held through the dip. But and then ESTC can still work. But I just wanted to get out of it because the premiums also weren't really moving. That's another thing. Like we were down here at 68.1s, and the contracts were only at like $400, where we took entry at up towards like 60, like 9.5. So we dropped 3%, and the contracts were only up like not even 20%. So I mean, this one could very well make the move, but even if it does hit my first big target, 66.8s, it'll be like maybe like 40%, which isn't the best for that large of a move.
Dow has pulled back into my level in the opening print here. It's definitely the area I'd like to see hold if I'm going to continue to hold this trade.
I'm debating. I may join you in this Dow, but the market is just crazy volatile right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if this is a trade you like, it's definitely an area where you could still get the entry.
Yeah, right at the opening print level. EMA is right here. Just
yeah,
I don't know if I trust the overall market.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Things have kind of gone into like they seem a bit of consolidation. Like we're kind of hitting a standstill here. We'll see. Almost 40. We're 45 minutes into the day. Almost an hour.
I wish we just would have taken the Russell pre-data and just called it a day.
I know that's what we should have did for sure.
I mean, that was easy 12 points. Even if you sold a little, front running level, 10 points, easy. 5 minutes. But
so this is my trade here.
A whale.
The green arrow is my entry. Red arrow would be my stop. So still holding this one, but definitely the area I'd like to see hold. We're still above VWAP here, so see if some buyers can step up, rally us. If you look on like a smaller time frame, we made new lows here. We came up, we made a higher low, made a higher high. So right now what we're setting is another potential higher low. So hopefully this higher low will hold and the trend, this is only a 2-minute chart, but the 2-minute trend will continue upwards. That's what the 5 looks like. So 5 not necessarily what I'd say flip into an uptrend yet. We're kind of rangy, if anything, to be honest.
Yeah, we're really just ranged. That's why I'm not really sure what else to do today, but we shall see.
So we've got all the data that jam-packed in today. Is there any more data tomorrow? Oh yeah, tomorrow there's a lot. (8:30, 10, and 10:30).
I'm just torn because ES has this crazy wide range first hourly bar that basically failed from above, also still in yesterday range. But do we break yesterday high and start pushing? Maybe it has another 1% to the upside. If it does, want to just barrel through the daily 20. So I'm not sure. I'm stumped.
Yeah, it's mixed signals today. Yesterday morning started off with some mixed signals, and then everything started kind of moving in unison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after the first hour, it was pretty clear, but it definitely was a bit shaky before that.
Mm-hmm. Really want this 2-minute sell to fail here. Yeah, we've gotten pretty choppy here.
I'm debating gold here. It's just, I don't know if I trust it. A bit conflicted. Still under the opening print. Probably gonna hold off.
I haven't traded gold much, but it's like I feel like really hit or miss where it trends really hard or it ranges super hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's anything, but
it likes to chop up people a lot and then make
take
some type
off.
of violent move. Yeah. Like yesterday, I was looking for an entry long and it kind of didn't do much, kind of like rocked me to sleep. And then in the afternoon, it just had like a 15.5 minute bar, which, if you don't trade gold,
that's a 15-minute.
Yeah, a 15 points for gold, it's $100 per point, so that's a $1,500 bar. So if you had one mini, it's $1,500.
Yeah.
Even one micro is $150. Like, it's crazy.
Looking like the Dow's gonna come stop me out. I had a chance for a little over 100 points, but no follow through.
Yeah. I think just like bigger picture, I'm still leaning towards like chop.
It's definitely starting to look that way.
Yeah.
Come on, give me that lower wick. Give me that lower wick. Okay. Looks better. We can flip it here. Flip it and reverse it. Flip it. Give me the flip ski. Flip ski.
It is possible Dow may want to test like that level one more time. I'm not sure if it wants to or needs to, but I know for your sake, I don't want it to, but for my sake, if I see it one more time with a nice failure to go lower, I think that's it for my entry.
We'll see here. We just spiked in the VWAP and held. Didn't hit my stop. Trying. We're right back at the level here. We're trying. We'll see. See if we can hold right here.
We also have 5 minutes here. I guess 6 minutes for the hourly close, so we can see how that plays a role.
Yeah, as of right now, it's gone a whole lot of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice looking hourly doji.
Which makes sense. I mean, big spike down, big spike up. Now we're kind of digesting that move.
Still in here. Came down and teased the stop, but 2 minute, give it a nice bounce so far. So we'll see. Still holding. Go, baby. Go.
Right.
I got the song stuck in my head. It's like greens, beans, collard potatoes.
Yeah.
I don't know the lyrics on it, but it's stuck in my head. Let's go, baby. Pump it up. Let's go. I'll tell you what, since we launched SDtv, no matter who's been on or what, we've been able to find some winners. We got to keep the streak going.
I like that. I just don't know what to do. I'm trying
No,
to
I
just,
agree. Yeah, you definitely don't want to force anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes on stream that can be hard not to do it. You know what I mean?
No, for sure. Yeah.
So you digging any particular music artists right now, Zach? Anything new in your playlist I should be checking
Not
out?
really. Not really. I've been pretty stagnant lately.
Yeah, you a big music guy or nah? You
Yeah, I like a lot of like house kind of like chill like vibes, but I like
yeah.
all types of music. I like, well, I should say there's time and place. You know, like I used to be a big country guy, but
Mm-hmm.
since I played baseball in college, it's like all we listened to all the time, and so I kind of got countryed out.
It's funny.
Yeah,
It would
honestly,
be.
not a huge rap guy, but besides that, I listen to most everything.
Yeah, I'm very similar. Yeah, very similar. Yeah, like I'm not like when I was younger, I was into rap a lot more, and I also listened to it occasionally.
Hmm. Yeah, I feel like when I was younger as well.
But yeah, I started getting into house music and stuff more when I was like I'd be working and like editing videos and content and stuff, and it just like
Hmm.
you're just like you get in the zone, man.
Exactly.
You know, just get you going.
That's how I feel. Yeah.
All right, Dow's still holding up there. 2 minute push to new highs. I like the look of that. The 5 minutes looking solid. We'll see here. It still could just be a range. We're still stuck in the range. We gotta see the breakout, but 30 seconds to the first hourly close here. See if we can close with a little bit of strength. VIX is at its open. ES at its open. RTY and YM above. NQ below. So we got a mixed bag right now.
Hmm. And that is the close.
Here's the close. Yes, literally closed at. It's open on it.
Mhm.
All right, YM, let's go. Let's give us a little push. Russell holding up pretty well. Bank is still pushing too, guys. So it's a solid confluence. All right, YM trade back up about 130 points.
There you go.
Trippy Carey said, I'm exclusively waiting for a 5-minute flip on NQ or ES above opening print. Yeah, ES is starting to get there now. The 15-minute just broke above kind of that area. If you look at the 15-minute, all, the candle opens and closes are all right at the opening print there. Kind of that area of resistance starting to get a break above.
RTY.
It just tagged a new high.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. YM to 911, baby. We can get there. Two-minute trend flip just held up here. Higher low, new high, higher low, another new high here. So let's see if that can continue to carry us. Zach, do you have a girlfriend?
I do.
You got any? You done your Christmas shopping yet, or are you kind of more a
I am
last
not.
minute kind of guy?
I am a last minute guy.
I was asking chat for some gift suggestions here, but nobody was real helpful yesterday.
Nah, I am. I'm unfortunately a very last minute procrastinator with that stuff.
I'm looking at one of those. I've been getting ads on Instagram for it, but it's like a skylight calendar. It's like a touchscreen digital calendar that you can sync up with your phone and stuff, but you hang it, whatever in your kitchen or your house somewhere that it's got everybody color coded and stuff like that. Looking at
That's
one
cool.
of those. I think that might be the route I go.
All right, so I want to see if ES breaks yesterday high. If we do, at least that's not an inside bar, but the NASDAQ still has some work to do. Also, that ADI is starting to push a bit, but it may have already kind of exhausted. Yeah, it may have exhausted the ADR already, unfortunately. It's already a $17 move from the low, so this 248.5s could be it.
25 minutes here, chat, and we're gonna do a giveaway for one Lucid 50K account.
Oh baby.
That being said, if you've already won a prop account, I don't think we're gonna do duplicate winners. Still like the looks of the Dow here. Russell pushing higher, Bank pushing higher. 5 minute putting in a lower wick. 2 minute looking like maybe wants to put it in an outside bar.
Yeah, still just waiting and seeing.
See if VIX can make a new low in the day here. Right back at the lows. Bank is really strong. Hey guys, we just dropped the link for the contact information. So make sure when we give away this account here in 22 minutes, make sure you guys got to be here and make sure you fill out the contact information. If you filled it out before, you don't have to do it again. We just got to make sure we have your info, just to make sure we can get you the account and everything.
ES definitely looking a lot better than NQ right now.
Yeah, NQ seems to be the one holding us back a little bit today.
Yep. Definitely.
YM starting to creep up on 200 points here, almost.
Nice.
Love to see us get to 900s. Trying to hold for that. We'll see, though.
Sorry, I'm a bit more boring today, but you know, nothing really setting up. So
No, that's all right, man. No worries. No worries.
the lotto a stab, no dice there. Close my swing. It still could be valid. Something about it just doesn't seem entirely right with the contract movement.
There's 200 points on the Dow. Good risk to reward on this one. This was so 65 point stop, aiming for 300 points if we get the target. So
Nice.
solid R multiple here.
Oh yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. Actually, at this point, I'm gonna move stop to break even. Just... somebody in the chat said, "Come on, Zach, force something."
You're right. Just take an SPX call and put. I'll just post whatever the winner is.
Have you ever tried that, like hedging yourself like 0 DTEs, like one in each direction, and see if one can just outperform the other?
No, I haven't, but I did joke around with like the idea of if in theory you bought like a 1.5% out the money call and put at open each day. And I don't have to like back test this fully, but
Yeah.
if you were to buy something like that, right, and just hold to the end of the day, how often it would be profitable.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, most days both will go to zero, but then some days, you know,
Yeah.
one will go to thousands of percentages.
Yeah.
Right? Like a day like yesterday, you know, when the NASDAQ intraday moved like 1.5%, almost 2%, you know, those would be monsters. So
yeah. Yeah, I've thought about that too. Or even like right at the end of the day to swing, like you swing next
Yeah.
day expiration, like one of each that are kind of far out of the money.
Mhm.
Trippy Carey said, "Nah, ape does not force trades. Just say the word yeet will activate his ape senses."
Exactly. Hey, you right?
They call me. So where did the ape nickname come from?
I feel like just like a long time ago, I would just say like you just gotta like send it like be an ape because like these people on like Wall Street bets like have no idea what they're doing, but they would just like print. And
That's
you know,
hilarious.
back when I didn't necessarily know what I was doing some crazy stuff. So I called that kind of like my ape stage where I just would like shoot the most random of stuff. Like I literally would, you know, again, a long time ago.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I would
yeah,
literally
yeah.
like
The
open up,
discipline
like my
has
broker.
vastly improved since.
Yes. But I literally would open up, like, all right, like we're up like, you know, 50 points on the NASDAQ. We're probably going to continue. And like, I'd literally buy like SPX calls like at the open, like open up 9:31 Eastern. Boom. I'm in. Boom. Lose half my account.
Yeah, they used to call my alter ego Yeet Eaterson.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
yeet it, baby.
that was probably your cousin,
Yeah.
your long lost cousin.
Oh, let's go, baby. That's new highs on the Dow. Let's
Nice.
go.
That's also ES breaking yesterday high, SPY breaking yesterday high. So if the NQ can stop being a meanie, right, that opening print for the NASDAQ. All right, there's NASDAQ above open. big 2-minute bar on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it is.
Approaching that high of day. ES pushing. We're above that daily 20 now on just ES, not yet on the NASDAQ. So this is the very important spot.
I just got filled on my MYM
Nice.
profit target.
Very nice.
So that's about, I was 295 points, just shy of 300 points.
Let's go.
All right, well, happy with that one. Probably gonna stay hands off the rest of the day.
I mean, I would do the same if I were you. Like on a normal day at this point, I would just typically like set an alert above yesterday high on the NASDAQ and then just walk away because, you know, ES did it. So now I need NQ to follow through. I mean, obviously in a perfect world, ES and NQ would be more in unison, but obviously that didn't happen. And the Russell and the Dow kind of, I mean, honestly, the Russell has a lot of room. It has another 20 points from here. So I would maybe consider that. The only thing is it's already had a big move, so I don't know how much more continuation it can get. But
yeah, it's up $37 today.
Yeah. But if it can consolidate above 24.45s, 24.53s for a little bit, potentially we can take a long in there. I think that R to R wise seems the best, and it's the most clear. It's above yesterday high. You can say that it's the strongest. But you can also say that Russell typically doesn't move that much, and it's moved a lot already. So
yeah, for sure. Bank definitely still strong though. Shout out Aaron. Shout out to Aaron on that one. My man's got me watching Bank. All right, 10:50. We got a giveaway here in about 10 minutes. We hang out and see if anything else develops.
Oof.
Got a handful of MES from Flip. Got about 20 points. Good stuff, Frank. MES, 20 points on MES is great. Ethan Grubbs, we're just going to do a random generator. Yeah, I'm just gonna. You got to put your click the link if you haven't, and make sure you fill out your contact information. And then we're gonna do a random generator. I think every time your phone gets a text, I'm like, is somebody texting me?
Oh, my bad.
No. You're just. It sounds the exact same whether my phone vibrates or yours. Shout out to DJ on enjoying a trip with his fam.
Oh yeah,
just having a good time. You got any trips planned? Anything coming up, Zach?
Heading to Florida in about a month.
Nice, nice.
Maybe
nice.
actually 3 weeks. Yeah.
Get away from the cold a little bit. That New York
yeah.
City cold.
It's really cold. Let's see. 15 minutes. 15-minute does not look great. We definitely don't want to like badly fail this, or else we could end up going lower.
Which name are you looking at?
Just the indices.
Just the indices. Yeah, that opening print rejection on NQ doesn't look great. Yeah, 15-minute.
Yeah, it's not. It needs to like hold like right here and then reverse a bit, or else it's going to be. And that's why typically, you know, I like would walk away at this point. You know, the RTY did interest me for a second, but then I was like, it's maybe a little extended. Probably needs a 15-minute setup rather than a 5-minute pullback. But with this, it's I know what I need to see. Like, or I know what I wanted to see prior to the day starting. Right, I wanted to see ES and NQ breaking yesterday high in trend. Blah blah blah. The fact that ES is doing that, NQ is not. Now we have a lot more work to do. Where it's, you know, because for me at least, I have to assume it's going to be an inside bar until it's not. And so I don't like taking that like anticipation when it comes to day trades. When it comes to swings, it's a bit different. But,
sure.
So for me, that's why the focus initially was Russell Dow, because it, you know, looked a lot stronger. It was breaking the range earlier, and now it's I don't know.
Happy with my exit. This could just be a 2-minute or 5-minute pullback on YM, but currently rejecting the upper level, so kind of back into the upper end of the range here.
Yeah, NASDAQ's trying to hold, but not doing a great job of trying.
Hey, Snipe, I don't know if you're still on. Earlier you said it would be We Are the Champions if we like Boston teams. Boy, get out of here with that. When was the last time Boston won something?
That's what all my Boston friends say about New York.
All right, 6 minutes. 6 minutes till giveaway. Dun, 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 dun. Just a reminder, everybody, this is our last day on StockTradez for the week. So the last day will be free and live on YouTube. If you wanted to trade with the team, you could do so inside the Discord tomorrow. And then I think most of the Discord is probably taken off Thursday, Friday.
Well, Thursday I'm pretty sure is full close.
Yeah, full close. Obviously, everybody's taking on Thursday.
Yeah, but Friday is, I'd say, most people are.
Yeah,
probably not going to do a lot of much. I do remember though. I forgot if it was either last year or the year before, but one of the two Black Friday days, recently
Mm-hmm.
had like a really nice trend day.
Oh yeah.
I remember everyone's like, "Oh, this low volume, it's gonna crash," and like it just like low volume chopped like the entire way up. I forgot when it was though.
Let's see.
Might even be further than that. All I remember is I was in Florida, so I remember it. Maybe it was like New Year's Eve. I don't remember. It was something about half day. A long time ago, I remember. This is probably when I first started trading. There was a half day that was also like low volume grinding up, and someone inversely was like, "Oh, it's gonna come crashing down," and then I kept buying puts, and I got smoked.
Hey, sometimes those half days do give you a little bit of a trend. You just never know. It's just
Yeah, it's just
you never know.
you never know.
The market's gonna do what it wants. It's just
That's why, like for me, I just try to treat every day the same,
Mm-hmm.
and the only adjustment I make is because I do know it's a shorter day. Like when I'm looking for my swings, I just either if I find an entry right at open, like first 15 to 30 minutes, I take it. Otherwise, I just wait till the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because there's no typically I like to see it pull back, like or potentially pull back, I should say, during like lunchtime. You know, get like a 15-minute pullback or set up an hourly setup. But on a half day, there's none of that. You know, there's no
Yeah.
real time for an hourly pullback. So I just wait for the end of the day at that point.
15 minutes starting to look a little better here. It's trying, but I don't know, man. It's easy to get chopped up in this range if you're trading the NQ today.
Yeah. This 15 is starting to shape up to look a bit better now.
Mm-hmm.
On NQES.
All right, we're going to randomly generate a giveaway winner here. Let me just make sure we don't have a duplicate. Go ahead, Zach. All right, let me see. Lucid. YouTube. I think we got a new one. Bum, bum. All right. Jack Collishaw. Jake Collishaw. I'll put the Oh, no.
Let's go.
Snipe, I hope you have a great holiday too, my man.
Oh yeah, have a good one. Jake's one of my mastermind guys.
Oh, nice.
I didn't rig it, I swear.
No, he had nothing to do with it. I can attest. It was randomly selected. All right, Jake. Jake, are you on? Jake, we need you to claim your prop firm account. So, is Jake a member of the Discord?
Yes. You want me to tag him?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure he can come on and claim it.
He lives somewhere in the UK, I believe. So it's like afternoonish.
Gotcha. Wow. NQ just choppy, chop, 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 chop.
Yeah. This is just
Go
what I call just go to the gym.
Yeah. Yep. We do have Aaron coming back for the nooner. He'll be back at noon. So we got the game show. I think it's going to be Fuzz versus Amar today. Jake, where you at, Jake? Jake, call a shot.
NQ's trying to flip, but it's also just chop. So until we get something decisive, it's just going to be.
Yeah, I agree. It's trying, but it's just like one of those days where you could continue to convince yourself it's trying, and then you just keep getting chopped. I don't,
Yep.
We're gonna do a month to Tradezella today too. We'll do that this afternoon. We have another Lucid account too. So one more Lucid account, one Tradezella a month this afternoon after the nooner.
Nice.
So we Jake won the giveaway. We're waiting to see if he's going to come on and claim it.
Oh.
Jake definitely was on. So I only took a list of names from people that was on. I don't know if he just happened to hop off.
Yeah.
But also too is, you know, if you're a Discord member and you win, I don't want to screw you out of it. So
Yeah. It's probably like dinner time over there or something.
yeah, we'll get him take care of it
over there.
But yeah, guys, as we go through these giveaways, you know, we're tracking. We want to make sure we're not getting duplicates. We want to make sure everyone's getting a chance to win. Zach, they're in the main chat. They're talking about the emojis on your channel.
Oh yeah, stretch where I think I had like maybe 5 or 6 like nice trades in a row.
Yeah,
and I think I had like one like maybe like a little bit larger loser, maybe it's like a 50% loser, and there's like crying emojis, blood emojis, and I'm like, give me a break. Like I get like 2 thumbs up if I hit 100% bang.
Yeah, nobody gives you any credit when
but
you help them make money, but like, God forbid you're ever wrong.
Yeah, and it's like another one too is like there's one trade, and it was a swing trade, and it was in drawdown for a while, and I think it actually ended up working, but it's like I'm just like updating it, like update like XYZ, if it holds here, we're good. If not, I'll cut. And everyone's like putting like prayer emojis, and I'm like, I get it, but it's like
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I've seen, you're not by no means the first person I've seen do that. I've seen other traders who are, give alerts in Discord and stuff like that and have like the same reaction, because it's just like people.
And part of that, I mean, not necessarily the like emoji part, but more so just like the psychology part is part of the reason why. I don't know if you know this, but I've talked about it in the Discord a bit. I've been actually tracking every single one of my swing trades since July in in a lot of detail. So basically I'm tracking my entry, my actual entry, my actual exit. I'm tracking the amount of days the trade was in drawdown, and I'm tracking the highest premium it was throughout the entire duration of the contract, and the lowest premium. And so basically what I'm trying to figure out is if I size all of my swing trades for 0, I'm not talking about lottos, not talking about like weekly, my actual like swing trades. If I size all of them for 0 and just trust that the higher time frames will work and I have enough time, will I just be able to, 1, hold winners more, knowing that, and 2, just not have to worry about making those decisions about cutting because it's at a spot, or the 5-minute doesn't look good, or the hourly doesn't look good, right? Just trusting the daily and the weekly process. So I have like 100 and something trades in the log, and at the end of this year, I'm gonna really dive deep into it and see what data I can find.
Okay, I was gonna say, yeah. Have you started diving into it yet?
Some of it's good though. Like I posted a screenshot the other day in my mastermind channel, and it was just like a random like 10 trade window, and like out of the 10 trades, 9 of them would have went to 0. without like any profit. Really, it was just a bad trade. Every other trade, actually, no, I don't want to say every other one. I think like half of them went to at least 100%, and then the other like whatever it was four would have been able to get a good chunk of profit. And like I'm also not saying like, okay, if I enter a trade at $200 each and it goes to 220, like I'm not necessarily saying that's a win, because I'm not ever really trimming for 10%.
You're not
I'm
aiming
talking
for
about
that, yeah.
substantial
Yeah.
winners. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let me see. So I'm just looking back in this log. So like my entry for one call was 3-3. The highest premium was 19. The next one was 4-7 to 13, 5-5 to 7-5, 2-2 to 4-9, 3-2 to 4-3. So there's one that was 5. It only got to 5-1. But then other ones, 2.5 went to 28. 1.2 went to 17. 0.85 went to 12. 5.6 went to 28. 3.4 went to 25.
Those are some bangers.
2.1 went to 10. Yeah, so this is just like a
Yeah, yeah.
August. I mean, some obviously like I would enter and they were losers,
Yeah.
but like seeing that some of them were almost 10xers, it's like now knowing that, you know, and that's another thing I'm trying to get better at, is holding my runners. So if I know, hey, out of, you know, there's 18 trades here, it looks like 5 of them went at least 5x, it would actually pay to hold 1 or 2 runners no matter what to expiration regardless.
Yeah, to get the full move. Yeah. And
Yeah.
too, a lot of just back to like that emoji thing where people are reacting to your trades like that. It's like you're taking your trades and you're putting a position size on that actually doesn't affect your account very much. You're not emotional about it. You take the losses, whatever, you brush it off, you look for a new one. That person is like putting half their account into that trade, praying it worked, and so then they're like way more emotional about it. So then they're you know what I mean? It's like, guys, you got to handle that like, part of it on your own. You got, you know, the risk is all on you.
Yeah. And you know what? It's funny you say that, because I actually used to sometimes like withhold signals if I thought they were like too risky or too expensive.
Yeah.
Just because my number one priority, I always say this, my number one priority is, one, myself making money, because that's just the truth. You know, I wish I was one of those guys selling courses for millions. Yeah. But unfortunately, that's not. So
if anybody believes that it like it's anything else, or it should be anything else, it's like. But of course, if your priority is to make yourself money, and if you're doing this publicly in front of people, at the end that should then trickle down to other people being able to make money too.
Exactly. So that's why it's like, I know if I'm making money, others are making money. But then, so my number one goal, right, is to make myself. Number two is to make sure everyone else is in check, meaning not doing stupid stuff, right? You know, proper risk management, at least to the best of their abilities, etc. And part of how I try to combat that is I have like a sizing system that I've kind of used, which I have a sizing template, which I've shared with the Discord, but this is more so a system. So I have like 4 sizes. My full size, which is just self-explanatory, full size. I have room for one add, which is like 70-ish%, meaning I'll add once. Half size, self-explanatory, and then a lotto. So for example, my position that I took today in ANF, that was a lotto position, right? Size for 0, lotto, same thing. For something like that, it's anywhere between like 20 to 30% of a normal full size position. That means, you know, if my normal size is 5,000, this position would be 1,000, which I think this position was like 1,500 or so. So if it goes to 0, it's only the equivalent of like a normal typical
stop out from your normal size.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like the same difference of a $5,000 position gets stopped for 30%.
Yeah.
And so I always try to like mark those notes in the signals when I post them.
Yeah, definitely. And I personally think that's how you should trade. If there's a certain setup that you are really comfortable with and you really, really like, and you know it's A++, I think you should size into that heavier than you would something that's, and this could work, but I'm not super convicted about it, you know.
And another thing that I do as well often is I'll like trade around a position, which is part of the reason too why I'm trying to get this data to more easily be able to signal this. So what I'll do is something like, let's just say I'm in Apple calls, right? I'll have my swing position, but then on a pullback, maybe I'll look to buy like more of a day trade approach, right? And so it's kind of in my brain, it's like I have like my core swing position and then I kind of trade around it. And so the goal ultimately is to make enough profit trading around the core to have the core for free.
Yep.
And now the next leg up from that is to allow the core position to be held for longer if I have the data to support that.
Yep. Yeah, I do that sometimes too with swings and different strike
Yeah.
prices and stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. Multiple strikes. I just, I most of the time, not most of the time, I often, I would say maybe like 25, 30% of the time, I'll take multiple strikes or multiple dates for a swing. But, it's not possible to signal that. People sometimes will swipe up on my Instagram story. It happened like I think a couple weeks ago. I took an LLY post earnings trade and I took 2 different strikes. Just have one more out of the money, one closer to the money. And then they're like, "You didn't signal that one." I'm like, "Well, the other one went 100% anyways." Like, so why, I can't signal both because little Jimmy's gonna put half my
half his
portfolio
account
on
in
one
one strike,
portfolio
half
in
his
the other
account
one.
in the other strike. That's right.
Exactly.
Little Jimmy.
Yes.
Jimmy,
And
did you full port again?
I only say that because I was little Jimmy. So wow, gold
Yeah,
just went
I think we
crazy.
all were little
Holy.
Jimmy at some point in time.
Yeah.
And
Gold
even
just
if you used to be
absolutely moved.
little Jimmy can still creep back in,
Oh, I still have little Jimmy tendencies and I have to control myself. Gold just spiked almost 10 points in one bar.
Yeah, that's like you said, it's been a pretty rangy day and then it just chops people up.
Yeah, like what
And
I say is it lulls you to sleep and then just pops.
I mean, the NASDAQ trying to lull us to sleep right now.
I almost longed this 15-minute 20 EMA. I'm watching on my other screen as well, but I just decided just to hold off. And
it's been 30 minutes of just like this 40-point range.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be an inside hourly there. 15 minutes just trying to flip, and then maybe pokes higher, pokes lower. I actually would like to think NASDAQ does fill the gap, but maybe not break yesterday high. So it maybe fills the gap, but still remains an inside bar on the daily. I could see that possibility.
Why am in the Russell still holding up solid?
Yeah. I'm now watching gold. If we can break yesterday high, so it's no longer an inside bar. And the difference is it's not an inside bar for GC futures, but if you look at GLD, which is the options or the stock, right, that's an inside bar. Or actually, I guess by definition, it's not. Okay, so that's actually good. So as long as GC can break that in the regular trading hours right now, I definitely would look for longs here. I know I'm hopping off shortly, but I'll signal anything I see in the Discord.
Yeah.
Pistol, stop it.
When you trade gold, do you always do it via futures?
Stop, for the most part. Okay, come
Do
here.
you have a cat or a dog?
He might as well be a cat. Come here. I'll give him a little screen time.
Yeah, heck yeah. I couldn't see him.
Come here. Oh. He has this giant octopus.
VIX breaking down the new lows here. Maybe we can see a little breakout here from NQ and ES. Oh, nice.
Little mini Aussie. Nice. He's too smart for his own good, and he literally will.
So when you say Aussie, you mean Australian Shepherd?
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents had one of those.
He's literally so smart. Like if he wants to go to on a walk, which I probably shouldn't have said that word.
He's looking at, let's go.
Yeah, but if he wants to go, he'll just look at the door. He'll just sit down and stare at the door. And then if he wants if he wants to go outside, he'll just stare outside. But
what's his name?
Pistol.
Oh, that's a cool name. What's up, Pistol?
Yeah. He was our when I would stream a lot, when I was streaming every day on socials, he was a good luck charm because sometimes he would cry and I'd put him on my like lap like this, and the market would start pumping.
The market would pump. That's
where's Pistol? Gotta get Pistol.
I feel like we need a second webcam, and Pistol just gets his own box. So we got three full cameras. Pistol cam.
I remember one time I was on the stream and I was I put out both my hands and I said to the stream, all right, if he puts his paw on left, I'll do one thing, or right, short, or long, whatever it was. And I said paw, and he did the left hand or whatever it was, and I went short.
That's funny. Yeah, Pistol take. Yeah, I like that. I think we should do that. We should give Pistol his own segment where we take a trade based off of what Pistol does.
I remember there was a channel on like Instagram or TikTok or something like that, where like a chicken like took trades or something.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that?
There's a guy's Instagram name is, I think it's Prop Firm Kid or something like that. But he has a
Yeah, something like
chicken,
that.
and yeah, and so he would
Yeah.
put like chicken feed, like one would say long, one would say short, and
Yeah.
he'd put like London, and he'd put like I think he'd maybe even have like the R multiple or something like that. He'd like let him pick all the parameters of the trade.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Makes me kind of feel crappy if I'm ever taking a losing trade, knowing that a chicken is profitable.
I do think it's like one of those things where it's sort of a funny experiment as to like all these different strategies, and sometimes it's like it doesn't even really matter. It's just like, can you manage risk when it comes down to it, you know?
Yeah, that's all it really comes down to, and then just being a chicken.
So you gotta have a big conk. Well, we're getting close to wrapping up the segment here, guys. Had the nice winner in the Dow. Maybe could have held some runners in that, but with the
Can always get re-entry above that level.
Yeah, I think so. It's got some room
I will
up
say
above,
though, the Russell is looking really good.
Yeah,
this just feels like one of those days, like for the Russell, just to go.
Yeah, it does. It does. Something Aaron was talking about too. He thought there'd be some good opportunity in the Russell coming up. Yeah, I mean above 46,911 on the Dow. I got another few hundred points of room. I don't know if we'll get that crazy today, but definitely still some room overhead. And Bank is still trucking. VIX is starting to break down here. NQ getting above opening print. So we'll see. We'll see if the chop, we can get a breakout from the chop and get a little bit of a more significant move or not.
Yep. That ESTC, at least for now, is getting that failure to go lower that I was worried about. And so I closed actually a little bit prematurely to the actual confirmation of the failure to go lower, but it now is getting that 15-minute potential failure to go lower, the 15-minute trying to flip hourly, just tag the 8. So it does have the components to bottom here, and especially those contracts are moving funky. Like I said, we were up over 3% on the actual equity, but the contracts are only up 15%. So that for me is enough to get me out of there. I am watching the Russell though. I mean, honestly, even NQ for that gap fill, if we can flip this 15, which would happen on this, this 5-minute bar.
Yeah, I like the gap fill potential here. We can accept over the open.
Yeah. Yeah, so the 5-minute now is trying to flip. The next 5-minute would try to flip the 15 and then potentially set up that hourly 1, 2, 3. We did actually break last hour high on this spike up, which can be seen as either good or bad.
All right, GameStop finally seeing some buying action, baby. After we step away here, guys, we'll have Aaron back on for the nooner, breaking down the morning action for you guys like he does so well. And then we'll be back after that, 1 o'clock. We're gonna have Fuzz and Amar for trading the game show, so we'll have a little bit of fun this afternoon. Wrapping up the segment, we'll have another Lucid giveaway. We'll have another month of Tradezella giveaway. So we'll have some fun before we wrap things up on StockTV for Thanksgiving. So make sure you guys stick around so you can be present for those giveaways. Thank you guys for tuning in and hanging out with Zach and I this morning.
Oh yeah,
Zach, I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, man. Enjoy the long
you as well.
weekend. Thanks for coming on today. Chat, thanks for hanging out.
Absolutely.
We're gonna step away for just a little while, and when we come back, we'll be back with Aaron for the nooner. So don't go anywhere. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon. Stock Dad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Tradeovate, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. Payouts are in your bank in 5 minutes on average.
usually I just wear the same sweatshirt when I trade like 3 days in a row.
Yeah. Well, hey, we are back, Aaron. Good to have you.
What's
How are
up?
you? How was your morning, sir?
It was good. It was good. Made some longer term stuff and got a little nice bounce on the indices. So things are looking up.
Sounds good, man. Well, I will let you have the floor here. Take it away, chat. Let Aaron know that you guys are here, and I will see you guys at 1 o'clock for the game show this afternoon. All right,
All
Aaron.
right,
See ya.
thanks, brother. All right, who we got? Oh, Squirrel is on. Nice. Who else? Who else we got? Make sure you say hi because I can't see everybody on this one. Okay. Miss Amanda, how are you? How is it down there right now, Amanda? It's nasty. It's crappy here. Give me some good news. Tell me it's nice down there. What's up? What's up, Miss Tomika? Who else we got? Give everybody another minute or so. Get in. Hope you guys had a good morning. It was pretty obvious yesterday when we changed trend, and here we go. Isn't that crazy? That all it takes is one tick on the VIX, and everything changes. It's sunny and 83. Very nice. Very nice. How is it in DC, Tamika? I don't know if you guys are getting all this rain too. If you're not getting the rain, we're sending it your way. Everybody else, say hi. Ethan, what's up? Yes, squirrel, fantastic. Cold, gotcha. I told you guys. Remember we were talking. We were talking to. Yeah, I know. I'll send the rain to Cali. Yep. My son's in San Diego. Apparently, it's just 72 and sunny there every day. I was telling you guys yesterday about the moose. Like they have like moose text warnings. And squirrel, kids have to line up in the cafeteria because there's a moose on campus. Wow. What are they doing? This, I could just see like the lady that's been working there for like 35 years going outside with like something just trying to shoo the moose away. Oh jeez. That's I'm sorry. I know they're dangerous animals, but it's just comical. Like just because of how they look, right? Oh gosh, that's good stuff. That is good stuff. It's just different parts of the country. Like if you're here in Indiana, if anybody said there's a moose on campus, something's wrong. Like the moose is lost. It's just comical to different parts of the country. Yeah, no moose down in Florida. If you get a moose warning in Florida, that sucker is lost. Like he's lost. You probably don't want to mess with him. He's made a long trip. Neighbor had to sit in her truck for 2 hours last year because will they just go at you? Is that the thing? Do they just not care and they'll just steamroll you? I thought they just. I have a feeling now from what you've told me, Squirrel, that they just like think they run the show, right? They just go and do whatever the heck they want, like wherever they want, eat everybody's pumpkins, show up on campus. Yeah. Like no rules for the moose. Oh gosh, that's funny. Oh, they had baby moose with them. Yes, oh, I bet. I bet. More than one moose is called moose, right? And we're gonna go down that rabbit hole. Is if you have two moose, they're just moose, right? They ate all your pumpkins, yeah. Didn't your wife plant pumpkins and you were like, that's just a bad idea all around? And you tell your wife, like, go ahead. Just a bad idea all around. Are they meese? Are two moose meese? I don't know. I don't know. That's something we all need to figure out. All right. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Okay. We have gators. We have cows in Indiana. That's the biggest scare we have is there might be the occasional black bear up north, but cows getting out of the pasture. That's about all we got here. All right. And water moccasins. We got those everywhere. All right, let's get to it. Okay, so now we got to remember our times, right? So, you know, this is a shortened week and Europe is closed now. So we could see our participation start to fall away. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard the saying, but don't short a dull market, meaning an illiquid market is not the best market to be short in. It's a saying, but you know, something to think about. So starting off on the VIX, we knew this, you know, yesterday when the VIX broke longs, right? Everything changes. Meth heads. Ethan has to worry about meth heads. When we broke these shorts yesterday, or we broke these longs on the VIX yesterday, that one tick changes everything, right? Completely changes everything. And fortunately, we're able to identify that. So this morning we had two levels we were watching on the short side, right? There was, because we had these pullbacks and we were watching these extension shorts. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the indices. And this runs inverse, VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. But we had these extension shorts we were watching, right? So we had two levels. We had the extension shorts, and we talked about this exact thing this morning, and then we had halfway back on the week, right? Well, the extension shorts broke, and we traded right into the halfway back on the week. Nothing surprising about that at all. All right, so this halfway back on the week now has targets down at 1935. All right, Goodyear wasn't around for that one. All right, so this is all we've got now. Now, if the VIX just continues to melt down into targets, guys, the indices are just going to grind higher. Remember what's happening on the indices right now. We're coming into the tail end of the year, right? So money managers, you know, they've got these massive hedges they're putting on to protect gains from the whole year. Well, what causes new highs? Well, hedgers at highs create new highs on the indices, right? So you'll see if the VIX continues to fall like this, you'll just see the indices continue to pop and chop and grind higher. Those are hedgers coming off, and then eventually they got to put them back on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so we're in shorts now. We didn't make this pullback. This was surprising to me. It shows you how much I know, right? But I thought for sure we'd at least make this pullback, this next pullback, right? This next pullback into this short right here and sell off from there, but we haven't. We've just melted, right? When I say the VIX is melting, that's this kind of stuff. It just melts, right? And that, like it's doing right now, and that's the indices just going to grind higher. Okay, no rhyme or reason to it, meaning no structure. They're just going to grind higher. All right. So the best we can look for here, right? If we are going to get any sort of pullbacks, right? You could make the case that, you know, we had a pullback here, we hit targets, you know, pull back from our 10-15 highs to lows, get over there, right there, and that didn't even hardly make it. All right, so we're just going straight down, right? We're just going straight down. So what we can watch for now going into the afternoon, you can watch these 1045 highs to lows, but more than anything, just watch this low right here. All right, we stay below that, right? We can just continue to fall into these targets. Now, when we get to these targets, we'll have to pay attention. Is that going to happen today? I don't know. That's a long way away. What's up, Art? So we'll use these lows here right now, kind of as our line in the sand, but there's just not a whole lot going on, right? We still could make this pullback if we don't get to that target. We could still make this, but as of right now, it's just in meltdown, right? Meltdown, just grind higher on the indices. All right, which is good. I mean, you know, if you've been correctly positioned for this, you know, this is good. We saw it happen real time, right? We saw it break longs. We knew that that was the trend change. All right, from us selling off to the indice rally. All right, so any questions on the VIX going forward, going into the afternoon? Everybody good? Very good. Okay. So that's what we'll watch. We'll watch these previous lows for now. All right. Okay. Now moving on to our financials, they absolutely ripped this morning. Just no question about it. Right. So what we've been talking about here is our financials bank. They're in shorts. It's in shorts, right? And again, it's just an index. It doesn't have to be exactly technical. We just care which direction it's moving. We're very close to breaking those. All right, very close to breaking out of those. So we'll see going into the rest of the day and the rest of the week here. But if this keeps grinding higher and the VIX keeps falling, that's straight bullishness. It doesn't really get much more bullish than that when you've got the VIX melting down and bank grinding higher. All right, not a good idea, not a good time to try to pick a top. All right, now we've gone to and through this target, so we could have another extension long. Remember, we were holding these and they broke, but now we've made a new high. Right, so we could have pullbacks. It's going even higher now. We could have I'm just going to delete that till it stops going up. We could have extension longs here, but we've seen this over and over and over. It's like Eddie's dog, right? When he gets a hold of you, let's just let him finish. This keeps grinding higher, just more bullishness. All right. So this is a really positive sign for the indices, because remember we were talking this morning, if you see a rally without the financials, don't trust the rally. Well, our indices are grinding higher and bank joining the party. All right. So that's going to continue to give the indices a tailwind, right, as we go through the day. All right, we had a little blip here. I thought we were going to make a pullback earlier today, but nope. All right, it's going to keep grinding higher. All right, bullish, bullish, bullish. All right, indices, larger time frame. Got to know where you are. December 16th. All right. I always do that. Not that one. There we go. December 16th, highs to highs. All right, right there. December 16th, highs to highs. Right there. So now we've got targets at 71.40. And the question is, are we going to get there by Christmas? Well, we'll see. All right. So here's just inverse of the VIX. Here's our halfway back on the week. Right there. That's the trade I took today. So our halfway back short on VIX, halfway back long on the ES. Now this is getting to its target. This is interesting, right? So the ES is hitting its target now. There's its profit target right there. Okay. But the VIX is not at its profit target yet. So there's a little bit of a divergence between these two. So as long as the VIX keeps falling, the indices can keep grinding higher. All right. Remember, this leads. This leads. All right, but what we're going to do, now obviously we're going to watch the VIX, but if we keep grinding higher through this, we could go into extension longs. Absolutely, we could. All right, if we start to see some profit taking coming off of that, then we're going to continue to trail lows of the week to highs of the week. And as long as we stay above the 61.8 of our lows of the week to highs of the week, we're just going to continue to grind higher. Okay, just going to continue to grind higher. Now we could have our halfway back on the day here hold, And we kind of had this earlier, but it didn't even make a pullback. That's how strong it was, right? We didn't even make this pullback. All right, so we can watch that. But more than anything, if the VIX continues to fall down into its profit target, then we're going to grind higher. All right, whether the ES is at its target or not. All right. So this continues to fall. It's got room. I mean, what are we at? 35 to 65. What's that? 246 ticks. All right, that's kind of a long way. That's kind of a long way. It doesn't sound like it, but on the VIX, 6 ticks is a long way. Okay. Remember, the indices move farther, faster than the VIX does. All right, but isn't that something? There's our halfway back on the week on the VIX. No target hit yet. Look how much further, faster the ES has moved. All right, so we're up there. So we'll watch that going into the afternoon here. Okay. All right. It's definitely not a short, right? I don't want you guys to get trapped into thinking you're going to pick the top and fade the move on the way down. If you're right, congratulations. Nice job. But the path of least resistance is up, right? We have 3 weeks, okay, of fuel built up in this. All right, and we change trend, and the VIX is in shorts, bank is grinding higher, right? So just be careful, fading these moves, all right, unless for some reason the VIX just starts to make a big squeeze. You're better off waiting for a long setup than trying to pick the top. It's annoying, right? Like you'll see it start to drop, and then it'll get bought up. Right, and you'll run into that wick scenario. Okay, so we'll see, but you can see a little bit of profit taking happening right there. All right, you can see there's that wick scenario I was just talking about. Okay, so really in no man's land right here, right now, because we're between a profit target and wherever our next measured move is going to be. All right, so see that just trapped a bunch of people picking a top right there. And if we start to head higher, all these people are going to be fueled because their stops are right above the highs. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. So there's the ES. NASDAQ, halfway back on the week, right? Broke. Or, sorry, the extension broke. Here's our halfway back on the week. There is Monday. There we go. Right there. Right there, a little bit sloppy, nothing to worry about. All right, I actually defended that 61. Okay, so there's our halfway back of the week on the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ's been the weakest, right? Look, the ES is up here at a profit target. NASDAQ's way down here. Okay, so we can watch these lows to highs, but just remember that be careful with that, right? Because that means the VIX would be squeezing higher. All right, so again, we're right back at highs. Not a whole lot to do right here. All right, the entries were down here, right? These 10:15, 10:30 entries, and we've yet to make a pullback. All right, so not a whole lot to do on the NASDAQ up here, right? We're definitely looking for a pullback. But if the VIX continues to melt and bank continues to just grind higher, we're going to continue up. As simple as that. We're going to continue up. Okay. Now, did you guys see the YM this morning? It was like a screen mover, right? Keeps moving your screen because it's just accelerating so fast. Why did this happen? Because of bank. Bank was going straight up and is still going straight up. All right, remember we talked about how the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements, right? Well, here you go. Okay. So the YM here was its halfway back on the week. Right here, we were talking about this morning. Halfway back on the week right there, held, and just bank took off, and then bam, there we go. All right, so the YM, I mean, there's resistance above us, but we could go into extension longs from this high on Monday at 11 a.m. We don't know this is here yet, but if bank continues to rally or bank makes a pullback and bounces off a pullback, then the YM is going to do the same thing. But look at that insane strength with the financials. Just straight up, right? Straight up. Again, that's a screen mover. Keeps moving your screen higher when it's doing it. All right, so looking for pullbacks on the YM. Russells. All right. Has almost broken it short. See, scroll. But again, bank, right? Just straight up with our financials. All right, we haven't quite broken that short yet. But remember, we've been talking about keeping a close eye on the Russells, because when bank does break that trend, and it's real close, the next pullback on the Russells could be very powerful pullback, right? It's got a lot of room. It's got a lot of room. So we haven't quite broken this yet. All right. There was, see, look how strong the Russells is. There's its halfway back on the week, right? We never even traded it down here. Never even traded it, just straight up with the financials. All right, so we've got this 11-8 or what is that, 4 p.m. highs to highs that we could draw up. We don't know this is here yet. But if bank continues to rally, the Russells and the YM are just going to go straight up. They're just going to continue to do this, okay, which is extremely bullish, right? Extremely bullish here. All right, so there's the indices. Now remember, you know, Europe is closed and tomorrow is the day before holiday. So, you know, we'll have to see what kind of participation we have. Oh, there goes the number I was just talking about on the people that are trying to pick that top. Just became fuel. Don't be fuel. All right, so here is, whoa, what the hell? All right, so here's the VIX, still melting, right? Still melting down. As I said, bank continues to grind higher, VIX continues to melt down, we're just going to grind higher. That's all there is to it, right? There's no fancy rhyme or reason on pullbacks or anything. It'll just grind higher. All right, hang on, give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. I gotta do some, give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, crap. Wrong. Oh, no, I'm all over the place. Hang on. I got you. There we go. Wrong button. Sorry. Wrong button. There we go. Okay. All right. Questions. VIX Bank indices. VIX Bank indices. Yep. And it'll continue, right? It'll continue, Tamika. As long as this is falling, bank is grinding higher, it will adjust those pops and chops, and it'll just keep going. Right? It will just keep going. These aren't buyers, right? These are market orders covering, these are hedgers covering at the market. Remember, we're getting market orders. So it'll just continue that pop and chop all the way up. All right, as long as this is falling and this is rising. We will have to watch. We were just talking about this might not get here today, but hell, if it gets down here to these 1935s today, we'll have to watch, right? Because you could see a little bit of profit taking. All right. Oh, you son of a gun, dollar yen. Okay. That just changed. Okay, I'm back short. Okay, well, that was something. All right. Jeez. All right. Okay, questions, VIX Bank indices before we move on? Everybody good? Okay. All right, Bitcoin really hasn't gone anywhere. Oh, that's always a good sign when you guys hear a bell go off. All right. Bitcoin's still in this short from November 4th to our lows, right? Nothing's really changed. There's this long below us, but we're just chopping around in here. Okay, not a whole lot to do, right? Not a whole lot to do. Again, I don't know if this will happen this week or not, but we either break this and make a larger pullback, or we break this and start our next leg down to our targets. All right, right here it could get tighter and tighter and tighter, right? Because this next measured move right here, that pierced, right? So there's no trend there. All right, there's no trend there. All right, okay, move on to spot and stocks. Spot and stocks. All right, let's do this. That's the right button. Okay. There we go. All right. So here's Bitcoin on the weekly chart, right? Our targets are still 33.5 or September 6th. Okay. So we're looking at the same thing as we are in the futures markets as of right now. All right. We've got that extension short up here. Nothing's really different right now. November 4th to our lows right there. All right. And we're just chopping around inside of this. Okay. So that's where we're sitting on that. All right. Stocks. What do you guys got? What do you want? What do you need? What can I do for you? What do you guys have? Tell me how I can help. This is a teaching hospital. I always don't know if you guys are typing because the YouTube chat's kind of delayed. There we go. NVIDIA. What is NVIDIA doing? Oh, dropped right into that long, didn't it? All right. Okay, so dropped into our extension long. Extension long drawn from June 17th of 24 to our highs. That's right there. Let's see if we've broken anything yet. All right, we hit this target. Let me go to the 4 hour. There was your pullback, obviously. Hit that target, went through the target. Looks like this broke already. Yep, that broke. So if you want to start looking for pullbacks, you can start looking for them, because we should at least, since we broke that extension, we should at least make this pullback, right? So if you want to start look up here, so if you want to start looking for pullbacks here, remember 2 ways the market changes trend. One is we'll break a short and then we'll hold the first long that we draw off of lows. We'll hold that first long and lift off. Second would be double top, double bottom. Thanks, Rick. See you, buddy. All right, so you can start watching for those, right? You can start watching for those. Plus, it's got this big old gap to fill here. All right, there might be something there because that long, all right, that long has a target up at 229. Okay. So you can see that target hit inside of a long setup, extension broke. So yeah, so you can start looking for pullbacks there. Obviously, we want overall market strength, which we've got. We want the VIX in shorts, which we have. All right, there we go. All right, Ethan, MRK. Merck. Wow, look at this guy. Oh, we've looked at this one. I was looking at something. Huh. All right. Well, obviously, we've made our pretty much half off sale. All right, there's our half off sale. Right there. That's drawn from March 16th of 2009 to our highs here in June of last year. So there's your half off sale. There's 50% off sale. So let's see if we've broken this yet. Not quite. So that's still there. All right, so this is what you're looking at on this one. So you've got this pullback right here. It looks like it was a little bit sloppy. Not too bad. A little bit sloppy, but now you've gone to and through that target. So if this is going to keep going straight up, see there was extension number 1 right there. If this thing's going to keep going straight up, that's what you want right there. You want these to stay above the 61.8 of this extension long, right? So you could have little pullbacks here. And if this thing continues to just go higher, you can keep extending. This is October 2nd of this year. You can keep extending until it makes a pullback, right? But that looks really good. It's got to get through this short, right? And this will, it'll get held up here. There's always participation at a halfway back, whether it's long or short. But you'll have participation here. It'll get hung up a little bit, but you'll just want to see the longs continue to hold. If the longs can continue to hold and break this short, right, then you're free and clear. Then this thing's rallying up to 162. All right, so that's how you want to look at it. All right, that's how you want to look at that guy right there. How often does this thing pay a dividend? That's what I was looking at. June, July, August, September, October, November. See how it had this dividend in September? Is this a special dividend or something? Dividend in December? Huh. This is a special dividend or something. Oh, is that just the X date? I'm just giving you the X date. Okay, that's a little goofy. Okay, anyway. All right, so that's what you're looking at there. What's up, Frank? All right, you got it, Ethan? Hopefully. Okay, Amanda, NVO. Oh, this is Choppy Chopperton. All right, let's zoom out here. Or Gappy Gapperton, I should say. All right, there's your split. What is this thing? All right. Where's 0? 0. Yeah, I broke that. I'm not going to get too excited about that. Let's see. But you are in shorts, right? You are in shorts in a series. That's what it looks like right there. So the most recent one you're in here, let me zoom in the 4 hour. Oh, I'm going to break out the magnet because I can't really see it. There we go. All right, there's your next short setup in your series right there. So that's from June 12th, June 13th of this year. This low down here on August 6th. There's your pullback. Right, there's your pullback right there. Went into extension shorts. So here's your extension short. Oh, now I got the stupid magnet on. All right, extension short right there. Sloppy, but it hit its target right there. See, so you can continue to trail from that extension from this low on September 30th. So what you're going to want to see if you're looking long, right, what you're going to want to see is this break, because this could trade right up in here, roll right back over, right down to a target. So the trend is down, right? The trend is down. It looks like it's from that low right there. So same, pretty much same level, but this low on October 17th. Right. Yep, right there. It held 61.8. Boom, hit the target, profit taken. All right, does this have a lot of volume? Yeah, it's got plenty of volume. Okay, so that's what I'd watch for, Amanda. If you're looking to get long, right, you want to see this break. You want everything on your side, right? So you'd want to see these 49.59s break, and then you would draw from that low and look for that pullback to buy. That's probably the most aggressive you want to get. Probably the most aggressive you want to get. Okay? Because this is absolutely in a downtrend. Right? You don't want to mess with the trend, right? You can see how powerful the trend is. All right? So you want the trend to break, and then we can buy the pullback. Make it easy on ourselves. All right? Oh, you're very welcome, man. It had some bad news break. Yeah. Oh, is this a pharmaceutical? Oh, okay. Pharmaceutical. Yeah, okay. I know what company this is now. Yeah, be careful with the pharmaceuticals, right? I should have looked at that. They can be wacky, right? They can be absolutely wacky, right? Because we don't know where they are in clinical trials or any other that fun pharmaceutical stuff, Right? But price wise, what price is telling us is you want to break these 49.59s. Okay. But I always give myself a disclaimer on pharmaceuticals that I don't know, they can do whatever the hell they want. Right? They're good, like long term. But like if you're trying to intermediate trade them, you've got to know them, right? You got to know what they have in the pipeline, all that fundamental stuff that I don't really pay attention to. Okay. All right, everybody good? We got our stocks out of the way. All right, cool. Moving on. Let's see. Indices just grinding higher, right? VIX just melting. All right. Ooh, that'd be so cool to see this. You guys, the Santa Claus rally thing, you guys have heard about that. That broke. I'm getting rid of that. Executive decision and broke. Getting rid of it. We saw the Santa Claus rally potentially happen in real time when the VIX broke by one tick that long. When it broke that long, that lit the fuse, right? That lit the fuse. Isn't it crazy that it's as simple as that? It's as simple as that. So we'll see. Now we've got this divergence here, right? Because here's the profit target for the VIX, and we've already gone through it on the ES. So the ES is flying. So what we'll have to watch is this extension, this highs to highs, right? This highs to highs up here. That's from 4 o'clock yesterday. If this pullback is going to equate with this previous low, right? It's kind of weird when they get diverged like this, but they're far apart, right? They're kind of far apart right now. But just look at direction, right? If this continues to melt, grind higher. Bank continues to grind higher, tailwind for all the indices. All right, okay, moving on to crude oil. It still sucks. I'll show it to you anyway. All right, this nonsense, it's still doing this. There's no trend, none, zero, no trend at all. God, when did that start? October 24th, and it's just been junk. Absolutely junk. It's kind of irritating because crude oil for a long time, it's an insanely technical market when it behaves, right? But it's not behaving. So we just call it names and move on. All right. Oh, geez, there goes gold. Okay, so remember what happened. I got to go back on the precious metals and show you guys this. Okay, because these are very, very important. And I try to stress that as much as humanly possible. All right, our first gift were the 3155s. If you were around with me back then, this was in May, we talked about this a lot. These 3155s, would they be a gift? And yeah, absolutely. Okay, our next gift was this next pullback from April 22nd, highs to highs, right there. These 3954s, were these the next gift? Yes. All right, we've got targets up at 4607. All right, now inside of this, how can we still get in? All right, well, here's the long, right? There's the long right there. All right, we broke this short setup. This is what was holding gold down. Remember, we needed a little bit of dollar weakness. Remember I was talking about that? We need enough dollar weakness to punch us through. We had a contract rollover, so that helped too. Now we've punched through this short. All right, so an entry into this trend is we're waiting on this pullback, and I'll definitely add my gold position there. Now I'm not going to blindly trust it. I'll wait, for a 1 hour bar to close green or something along those lines. But that could be your next entry into this larger trend that has those 4607 targets. You don't want to just blindly buy it up here, right? So we'll see. Hopefully we don't continue this sideways. Hopefully we now, since we broke that short, are going to hold this long. All right. Probably won't get it this week, but who knows? Who knows? But that's what we're watching for on gold, is that next pullback right there. That could make you a lot of money. All right, if you do it the right way. All right, so it's 4607. That's a long way. $500, call it 450 bucks per contract. Right, a long way. Just call it a long way. All right, and remember what what gold did at the 31.55s, right? When we traded the 31.55s, the only reason we're in this setup now is because the 31.55s completely demolished their profit target, right? Oh, gold can't reach 3,000. Oh, gold can't reach 4,000. You're going to hear that all the time. Don't listen to the narrative, right? Oh, gold can't reach 5,000, can't reach 10, whatever. Yes, it can. Just, as long as it's going up, it can reach whatever the hell it wants. All right. But remember, these 31.55s completely just decimated that target. That's why we're in this extension now. So there's nothing saying that we're going to stop here and make a pullback. We could blow through it just like we did here. End up seeing $10,000 gold. Wouldn't be, you know, who's to say where it's going to stop? All right, so there's our pullback on gold. Now silver, all right, hasn't quite broken it yet. We're still waiting on silver to break its short setup. Now it's larger long, okay, it's from July 23rd to October 17th, right? That pullback right there. Target's up at 57.03. But we haven't broken, and this is irritating, we haven't broken this short yet. Okay, there's our larger long setup. Obviously, we've traded it a bunch of times, but we've got to get through this short. And that's from November 13th to this low on November 18th. We traded our pullback. We never hit this target. All right, we came too far away from it. So we just leave the draw right there. We're right back up into resistance. All right, now if we can pop through here, you can see I got an alert set right there. If we can pop through here, awesome. We can draw lows to highs, start buying pullbacks, and it's off to the races for silver. High-O silver, right? Long way to go. So precious metals they're just like a racehorse inside a starting gate, right? It's like, come on. All right, so moving on to the dollar. Now here's DXY. Okay, this is an important deal for the dollar. All right. So here's DXY, not the dollar. This is just a bunch of currencies. This is just an index. All right. But these lows from November 13th to highs, that's where we're sitting right now. And you'll see on the euro, remember, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. Did I do Bitcoin? Yeah. Yeah, I did Bitcoin twice. I did it on spot and I did it on the futures. I'll show you again, Tamika. Unless that's an old question. Yeah, I'll show you again though. So if we continue to fall and we break this, right, the euro is making new highs and the euro is going to go into longs, which means we'll continue in dollar weakness trades. Remember, this falling is dollar weakness. Now, if we hold this and the euro holds its shorts and the dollar yen holds the long it just ran into, then we're going to go from dollar weakness back to dollar strength. And that dollar strength can put a headwind against the precious metals. All right. Dollar weakness, tailwind for the precious metals. All right. Okay. So as we move forward, here's the dollar yen. Now this was a whack job sell-off right there. That has to be some sort of currency news or something. What am I doing? That's the wrong one. All right. So here is the extension long for the dollar yen. All right, it's drawn from these highs on October 10th to highs. So that's that line you see when we zoom in. All right, so there we go. Right there. So we haven't officially traded it yet, but okay, coming out of these highs, okay, this is the trade I took that I'm still in. We just hit that target. We have now hit that target. So what's that tell us? Well, we could see some profit taking. All right. And if we see some profit taking, the next short setup, all right, is up here. If we're going to go down in a series, right? Series of stair steps back down into support is going to be way up here. If we continue to fall, and this would be dollar strength as it made this pullback. And there's nothing saying this is going to be here because we are real close to this long. Now, if this continues to just fall, right, that's dollar weakness. Okay, that's dollar weakness. Bullish for the precious metals, or at least it gives them a tailwind, gives them a boost. Makes it easier for them to go up. All right, here's what threw me about this is if you look at, just to show you guys how I look at things. If you go down to the 15-minute, I've been trailing, I trailed these all the way down. All right, from these highs where I got in. All right, I've just been trailing these. There's number one right there. There's number two right there. That was this morning. Number three broke right there. See how it's just going down stair steps? 1, 2, number three broke. But then whatever, pieced out, fell immediately straight down into a target. So whatever. So now we'll see, I guess this would be your next one. This would, if this breaks, right? That's kind of our line in the sand now. All right. Okay. That's kind of our line in the sand now. So if this continues to hold, we continue to go down in this series, great, more dollar weakness, right? But if we break that and hold the pullback off this profit target and at this weekly long setup, we could change trend. I hope not. I hope it keeps, I hope we get continuing the dollar weakness, because that, like I said, that helps the precious metals. So, yeah, we'll see. All right, now on to the euro. This is the big deal. Okay, so the euro's at this massive short, big short setup. All right, that's from November 13th to our lows, right there. All right. So dollar yen coming into that larger long setup, euro's trading at short. All right, you can see we're almost getting a double top up here. All right. So, I mean, there are these longs from lows, obviously, that are holding. But if these start breaking, right, if these start breaking, however you want to look at this, then we could completely be safe here. Was that halfway back on the week? Yeah, okay, so there's halfway back on the week. If we break these, then we could go from dollar weakness trades to dollar strength. But we'll see. I mean, it's been hanging on. It defended its halfway back on the week to the long side. So we could, more than likely, we're going to get stuck right here. But if the euro breaks this short setup, that means DXY is breaking that long, means that more than likely the dollar yen's breaking its long. So we could go into a serious dollar weakness event, which would be awesome. Okay, but right now, unless you want to, you know, pick this short right here, you know, stop above the 61.8 and let the trade play out to see if it breaks. Right, that'd be the only real position right now, unless you, other option is you let this break eventually and then sell the pullback, right? But right now, a long, not the best play. A short, you're counting on this breaking, right? See how you're in a bit of a pickle, right? So, excuse me. Here's British pound right into resistance, all right? Short from October 28th to our lows. There was our pullback, never hit our target. So we just leave the draw right there. So right back into resistance. Okay, so this is looking like a big old range. Top of the range, bottom of the range, middle gets run over. Okay, so if the pound rolls over, remember pound and euro move together, right? That's going to be dollar strength. If for some reason the pound continues to take off and the euro continues to take off, awesome. More dollar weakness. And we can then start buying pullbacks and join this uptrend. All right. Okay. Bitcoin one more time. Nothing's really changed. We're still in these shorts from November 4th to our lows right there. And then there's this long from lows that's holding. Right. I've got it drawn to 4 p.m. on Friday, like 7 a.m. on Friday to 4 p.m. on Friday. There's the pullback. So we're just getting pinned in here. We're just getting pinned in here, Tamika. Nothing too crazy yet. All right. Okay. There we go, guys. There we go. Anything you might have missed or any questions? There, how far did we come from? What's this? 35? Where are we? 50. So we've come 3 ticks away. All right, we consider 2 ticks traded, so we'll see if we actually get down here. Bank just going ballistic. All right. Jeez. There we go. Okay. All right, you too, Amanda. If I don't talk to you, have a great Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, Miss Tomiko. All right, guys. We do have unemployment claims tomorrow morning. Okay, so be aware of that. Now, tomorrow, I'll be on WAP at the normal time, 8:15 and noon. I'll be on WAP. And if I don't talk to you guys, I just did Bitcoin again, Mr. Pass. Did you seriously need to see it again, or are you messing with me? Because I've done it 6 times now. Futures? No, I've done it 4 times. Sorry. Okay. All right. If I don't talk to you, happy Thanksgiving, everybody in the States. Remember, we do have some big news tomorrow morning if I don't talk to you. Okay, you're kidding. Okay, thank you. It's like, Lord Almighty. All right, so have a great rest of the day, everybody. All right, have a great rest of the day. Thanks for being here. You guys are the best. And stick around. I know Tyler's got some cool stuff coming. All right.
Thanks, Aaron.
Tyler, all right, thanks, guys. See y'all. All right, bye.
All right, everybody. We will be right back with Fuzz and Amar for Trading the Game Show. So we'll wrap it up, having a little fun this afternoon. Make sure you stick around. We're going to give away 1 Lucid 50K account and 1 month to Tradezella. So stick around. We will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another episode of Trading the Game Show. How's everybody doing today? Mr. Amar, Mr. Fuzz, good to have you guys back. Well, I guess actually, Amar, this is your first time doing the game show, right? First time, yes. So for those of you who are not familiar, the game show is a game where we spin the wheels. It'll tell you what time frame that you have to trade off of, and then it will tell you the trivia category that you have to answer questions from. Now, the trivia categories are sectioned into 3 difficulty tiers: easy, medium, and difficult, and they are worth different dollar amounts. The easy are $50, the medium are $100, and the difficult are worth $200. So if you answer the trivia question correctly, that amount of money will be added to your ending balance for the game show. For any question that you miss, you must spin the wheel of randomness, which will make you do a random act to your trade, or if you're not in a trade, potentially make you enter a trade. So that is the gist. So in order to get things started here, we're going to spin the wheel. Amar, since this is your first time playing the show, we'll have you, we'll spin for you first. And this is going to be the time frame you have to trade from.
Yeah, all right.
The 1 minute chart, sir. And now
Have fun.
Now we are going to, you know what? We'll spin, Fuzz, we'll spin for your time frame here. We got the 2 minute chart, which
I can live with that.
That's a step up for Fuzz here.
That's a step up.
He's been stuck on the 1 minute. All right, Amar, here is your trivia category. Are you hoping for any specific category here? I don't know if you can see what they say, but here we go.
Football.
Pop culture. How do you feel about
Oh,
pop
man.
culture, Amar?
I don't know. I don't know.
How much do you know about T Swift?
boy.
All right, Fuzz. Here we go. Here is your trivia.
No hockey.
Baseball. How do you feel about baseball?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. All right. Now we are officially on. You guys can trade anything that you want, any name that you want. You just, Amar, you're supposed to be using the 1 minute time frame, and Fuzz the 2 minute time frame. Just so you guys know, currently the screen that you are seeing is Fuzz's chart. And then if you see this screen come up here, this is Amar's chart. All right, so let me pull up my trivia questions. Dun, dun, dun. And remember, at the end of the segment here, we will be giving away a month to Tradezella and 150K Lucid account. So make sure you guys hang out to the end of the stream.
Sweet.
We got pop culture.
You won that too?
Say that again, Amar.
Did we win that also?
You know what? That actually was the plan the first time around. We'll have to double check with DJ because I think that. Did you get an account, Fuzz, after winning the first one?
Yeah.
So I would say that's on the line. All right, so we got baseball and then pop culture. Okay. So, Amar, when we get started on the trivia questions here, what difficulty would you like to go with?
I'm going to trade also.
Oh, what do you in?
Maybe,
Spy longs?
Some spy longs.
I'm watching the same
7
thing,
gold.
except I'm looking at the ES.
Okay, okay. Wow, yeah, we have NQ, got the pop above yesterday's high, back in yesterday's high.
6 to Phil. Let's see.
Okay, we got some action on the board. Both of the boys are looking long. Now, while you are managing that trade, Amar, let's get into the trivia. What difficulty tier would you like?
Easy.
Easy. We're starting off easy. Okay. Ooh, I don't
Smart
know.
man.
I don't know if this is that easy, but you know, here we go for our first question. Are you ready, Amar?
Yes.
Who is known, and these are multiple choice, just so you know. Who is known as the Queen of Pop? Is it A, Taylor Swift? Is it B, Madonna? Is it C, Beyonce? Or is it D, Katy Perry?
Oh man.
I agree. That's not that easy. That is not that easy.
What century are we talking about?
It doesn't specify. It just says who's known as the queen of pop.
Queen of Pop.
I can probably tell you who it not is. Who it isn't.
Let's see.
Do you need the multiple choice again?
I can get rid of Katy Perry.
Okay.
Not her.
And by the way, you
You mean I Kissed a Girl is not a great
okay,
song?
so we're down. That leaves you down to A, Taylor Swift, B, Madonna, or C, Beyonce.
I want to say Madonna, but I know you know what? We'll take a safe option. We'll go with Katy Perry. I'm sorry, not Katy Perry.
I was like,
What's the first one?
A, Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Final answer.
Final answer.
The correct answer was B, Madonna.
Madonna.
So no money awarded, and Amar, you are in this trade, and it is time to spin the wheel of randomness. So here we go, my friend. This may or may... Sorry, wrong wheel. This is not it. Oh, it is. It is. That was the wheel of randomness. Respin the trivia wheel. So he's getting out
Oh,
of
you're
pop
gonna get out
culture
of that.
potentially here. Back to the trivia categories for another spin, Amar. I think he might be happy with that.
Football.
I'd be
Wow,
totally
football.
happy with that.
Hockey, I don't know.
Hockey,
Bro, I had that last week and it is miserable.
Oh,
Hey,
let's
I
go.
don't know
Oh
anything
no!
about hockey,
Oh
brother.
no! All right. Well, no
He's gonna be
effect to the
guessing.
trade itself. Are you guys? Are you both still in longs here?
I'm not in anything.
Okay.
I'm about to get stopped out soon.
Okay. All right. Fuzz, we're gonna kick it over to you for trivia. What difficulty would you like to start off with, my friend?
We'll start off with the easy.
Okay, we're starting with the easy. All right. All right. Baseball. All right. Oh boy.
Mm-mm-mm.
Man, these are so easy. I feel bad. Mars was not easy compared
I know
to
that,
these.
that
These
pop
are so
culture is
easy.
terrible.
Oh, I'm trying to find one that's not as easy. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. All right, Fuzz, your first trivia question. How many players are on defense in baseball? Is it A7, B8, C9, or is it D10?
Ooh. So we can just go ahead and we can count. So you got the pitcher, the catcher, first base, second base, shortstop, third base, left field, center field, right field. So that's 9.
9. So is 9 your final answer? That would be
9
C.
is the final answer.
Ding, 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 ding. That is correct. Fuzz, that is
Easy.
$50. $50 awarded to your trading profit balance at the end of the game. Congratulations, Fuzz.
Little bit easier than the Katy
Yeah.
Perry, Madonna
The sports ones
shenanigans.
here, not quite as bad as the pop culture. We'll see. Amar told me he's a cricket guy. We'll see if any
Oh.
cricket
Yeah.
knowledge spills over into the sport of hockey.
Probably not.
So Amar, it looks like did you get wicked out there, or are you still in?
Still in.
Still in.
Still in.
Fuzz, are you still flat?
I'm still flat. Yeah, I'm seeing if it flags out or if it breaks down. That's kind of what I'm waiting on.
Okay.
Flags out.
Okay. Well, while we wait and see what happens, Amar, what difficulty would you like to move to when it comes to your hockey trivia question?
Easy.
We're going easy. Okay.
Easy.
We'll stick it very
I don't blame
similar.
you.
We'll go
blame
with a
you.
very similar question that Fuzz had, and it is: how many players per team are on the ice during play? And this is including the goalie. So this is per team. So
Including the
one
goalie.
team, how many players on the ice at a time, including the goalie? Your multiple choice are A, 4, B, 5, C, 6, or D, 7.
So goalie, I know there's 3 defenders. Or is it
Oh yeah, shoot. I gotta use let me
1,
guess.
and then 3. I'm torn. What was it? 7 and what?
So your options are either A4, B5, C6, or D7.
So we can eliminate the first 2, so it's between 6 and 7. Haha, get it?
6, 7.
Let's go with 6.
Final answer C6.
Final answer.
Ding 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 ding. That is correct.
Let's
$50
go.
awarded to you, Mr. Amar. Congratulations.
Oh.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Amar is currently competing in the game show from his car on his laptop. So he's playing. He's the away team here. He's playing in. Fuzz has got the home chart advantage.
Yeah.
It's not helping me right now.
All right, Fuzz. Are we gonna up the difficulty here? Are we gonna up the difficulty here, or are we going to stick with easy?
Go to medium.
We're going to medium.
Bump it up. Bro, I thought that was a gallon of milk for a second.
No, it's messed
he's drinking beers.
He's just drinking some milk.
Well, we were break even on that trade.
Uh-oh, now
Yeah.
it look like you're coming back for that stop. Listen, Amar, here's what I can tell you. Last week on Trading the Game Show, Lady Leverage was able to pull off the victory by $45 from trivia alone. She was an absolute dominating
Well, I don't
factor
have to take a trade
in the
She
trivia.
I don't have to take a trade.
All right, Fuzz. Your second trivia question, my friend, is going to be of medium difficulty. And the question is, who has the most career home runs? Is it A, Babe Ruth, B, Hank Aaron, C, Barry Bonds, D, Albert Pujols? Pujols Hermanos. Albert
Did
Pujols.
Pujols break the record?
For $100.
Oh, this one is tricky because I don't know if I can't remember off the top of my head if Pujols broke the record or not. I want to say maybe he did.
Is that what we're going to go with? D, Albert Pujols?
Yeah, because I think I want to say a modern player has to hold the record now. No.
Unfortunately, my friend, the answer was C.
Barry Bonds.
Barry
C, Hank Aaron?
Bonds.
Oh, Bonds,
Barry
okay.
Bonds.
I guess he's still kind of modern.
Fuzz, you know what that means. It is time for the wheel
Spin it.
of randomness.
Hit me with your best shot.
All right, here, let's see. Let's go over to...
They need to bring back steroids.
Yeah, your pro-steroid era.
Yeah, they need to bring that back.
Yeah, I think it was more exciting with steroids. Have you heard of the enhanced games?
No.
These are the version of the Olympic Games where steroid use is encouraged. Yeah, they're called. It is called the enhanced games, and it's really to see to try to push the limits of human athleticism.
Oh boy.
All right, Fuzz. Now I know you're not in a trade, so it's very possible that
I'm long.
You are
I am in a
long.
long.
He is
Yeah,
long.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
let's see if the wheel of randomness. Oh, he's already in a trade, so he gets to avoid
there you
this
go.
one here. This was you had 10 seconds to enter a trade in either direction, and since Fuzz already got long, he gets to escape the wheel of randomness.
We need to make it go. Come on, Lamar.
I know, it's just stuck there.
We now have Fuzz's chart up. So you're an ES long?
MES, yeah.
MES, okay. Okay. Somebody in the chat, Jada, said Amar.
Jada.
Jada, did you have a question for
Jada,
Amar, or are you
so
just saying
long.
his name? So Amar, as we send it back over to the ice, my friend, what difficulty would you like?
Well, we'll go medium again. Or
You go medium or
course,
easy?
medium. Medium.
Medium. All right, so he's up in the
Let me get that 100.
difficulty.
Let me get that 100.
Jada was just saying hi, Amar.
Hi, Jada.
What kind of question is that? Some of these questions, ChatGPT. All right, let's see. Let's see if you got this one, Amar. The question for you that we have today is for $100 to your trading balance. What is it called when a player scores 3 goals in one game? Is it A, a triple shot? Is it B, a hat trick? Is it C, a power trio? Or is it D, a try score?
Hat trick.
Ding, 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 ding,
Easy.
ding, 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 ding. That is correct.
I'll say that was a
Amar.
easy one.
Thank you,
All
thank
right.
you, thank you.
That's $100. Now putting your balance at $150. Good work, Amar. Listen, any beef, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Any beef you have with the questions, take it up with OpenAI.
Get up with OpenAI.
Take it up with
See how it
OpenAI.
is.
Jada is a real life witch. Is this real, Jada? Snipe, what up, baby?
She's a witch.
Jada's a sweetheart. Stop it.
Knock it off, Ballosaurus Rex. All right, so we send it back over to Fuzz. Fuzz, back to you for baseball. What difficulty do you want to go with, Fuzz?
We'll stick with medium since I got the last one
Okay, okay.
wrong. So I feel like I need to stay there until I get it right.
Let's see.
Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world.
All right, Fuzz.
This play isn't doing anything.
No.
We're just flagging. We're just flagging
yeah, I'm just-
today. Let's see here.
It's getting tight.
All right, Fuzz. What do you call hitting safely on all 4 bases, a single, double, triple, and homer in a game? Is it A, a full house, B, a cycle, C, a sweep, or D, a quad?
All right, what was the question?
What do you call hitting safely on all 4 bases? So in one game, you hit a
Oh,
single, a
okay.
double, triple, and a homer.
I gotcha.
So is it A, a full house, B, a cycle, C, a sweep, or D, a quad?
It's either B or C. I
That
want
would
to
be
go with
cycle or sweep.
cycle.
Final answer is B, cycle.
I believe so.
Ding, 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 ding. That is correct, sir. And you have just added $100 ching, to your
Cha-ching.
balance. So you guys are now tied in trivia at $150. And doesn't look quite yet, but it looks like you might end up tied with a stop out on
We might.
the S&P 500. We got a
Lag ain't doing anything.
We got a tight matchup coming here.
Except he's playing spy. I'm on ES. So
That's
it might
true.
work out in his
That'll be
favor.
interesting to see how that shakes out in terms of P&L. All right. So, Amar, are you going to push it with trivia? Are you going to move up to difficulty? Are you going to stick with medium or drop
Let's do it.
to easy?
Let's do it. Let's do hard.
Let's do a hard. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see. Oh, Fuzz. I asked you that one last week. Okay. All right, Fuzz. Your hockey question, which, by the way, are you in any trades right now?
Amar.
Or Amar, I'm sorry, Amar. Are you in any
Yeah,
trades?
so long.
You're long? Okay. All right, we're going to, as we ask you this trivia question, we're going to pull up your chart. All right, Amar. Which NHL goalie has the most career wins? Is
Oh,
it
boy.
A? Is it
It's a
A?
brutal question.
Martin Brodeur? Is it B? Patrick Waugh? Is it C? Marc-Andre Fleury? Is it D? Dominic Hasek?
Can I use one of my safe lines? 50-50?
So chat. Nobody use Google. Nobody use Google. Chat. I'm trusting you. The one lifeline you can use is you can ask chat. Chat. Without
It's a
using
crazy
Google,
thing.
be honest. Do not be dishonest here. You're screwing your boy Fuzz if you're Googling. But if anybody in the
Mark.
chat has a guess for the question is which NHL goaltender has the most career wins? So NHL history goaltender with the most career wins. Is it A, Martin Brodeur, B, Patrick Waugh, C, Marc-Andre Fleury, or D, Dominic Hasek? We have one suggestion from Ken here. And they said Patrick Waugh.
You know what?
I don't even know who that is.
Listen,
Oh, he's a legend, man.
Whenever in school we needed to take a guess on multiple choice question, what do we usually pick? C, right?
C's,
Yeah, B or
C
C,
is
yeah.
typically the
B or C.
yeah. You're going with C, Marc-Andre
So,
Fleury.
I'm just gonna take a wild guess and say C.
Unfortunately, Lamar, that means the wheel of randomness is in your
man.
future. My man Joe Fabricator came in late with the correct answer. He thought it was Marty, and he is correct. The answer is Martin Brodeur. Marty Brodeur, New Jersey Devils goaltender,
Brodeur.
is the correct answer. C was a Pittsburgh Penguins goaltender. He's one of my. Matter of fact, that is Marc-Andre Fleury above my head right here. That was C. That's who you picked, Amar. But unfortunately for you,
That's crazy.
it was not the correct answer. So Amar, you're in long still.
Still long.
Let's see what the wheel of
we haven't gone anywhere.
randomness. You have to move your stop to break even, Amar.
Yeah, I'm not.
You can't.
You
can't.
We're going to respin the wheel of randomness. Oh my God, we're going to respin the wheel of randomness for a second time. This is ridiculous, wheel. Come on, we need something that's actually going to affect this man. One more spin. I didn't see anything. You have to reverse your position, Amar.
Reverse my position. All right. Let's do
Yeah.
it.
So he's got to flip short. He's got to flip
Actually,
short. This could help.
nope, still lost.
Or you could reverse the reverse if you really wanted to.
Oh.
All right. Reversing positions.
Okay. I like it. Let's see if the wheel's going to help.
We're going to do a tight stop loss, though.
Okay.
Now, listen, I only lost $6 on that other one, so we're good.
Okay, that's good. Now, Fuzz, you have a chance. You have a chance to get the leg up here. Amar answered first, so we're coming in here. You probably each have, Fuzz. You probably have 2 trivia questions remaining. 2 Amar's 1 trivia question, meaning you have the advantage when it comes to trivia right now. So that being said, Mr. Fuzz, what difficulty would you like to answer?
Hard.
All right, we're sticking hard. I like it. Fuzz, are you still in longs?
Yes.
Remember, guys, we're going to wrap this up here. If you guys are still hanging around, you are eligible to win both a free month to Tradezella and 1 free 50K account. We're going to see who's going to win the Lucid account between Amar and Fuzz. All right, I want to pull up Fuzz's chart here. Okay.
Wow, look at that. Longs are working great.
Finally.
That damn wheel of randomness. All right, Fuzz, you're baseball, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Fuzz. What pitcher has the most career no-hitters? Is it A, Nolan Ryan, B, Sandy Koufax, C, Randy Johnson, or D, Cy Young?
Ooh, it's either Nolan or Cy. I want to say Nolan Ryan though.
We're gonna go with A. Nolan Ryan. Is your final
Nolan
answer?
Ryan. Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding! Congratulations to you, Fuzz. That is $200 added to your trivia balance, putting you at a balance of $350 in trivia earnings. Ooh, which is kind of forcing Amar's hand here. Sounds like you're gonna have to stick with a difficult for your last question, Amar.
We do it up. Let's do it. Extreme.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Extreme.
Whatever the highest is.
Boom. Go
Give it to
big,
me.
go home.
Go big or
That's
go
right.
home.
Give me the $1,000 question.
Ooh, okay. All right. All right. This is difficult, but it's also, I believe, guessable. Are you ready, Amar?
Ready?
Who's the only defenseman to score 100 points in a season multiple times?
Okay.
Is it
I
A?
think I know this.
A. Bobby Orr? Is it B. Paul Coffey? Is it C. Ray Bourque? Or is it D. Eric Carlson?
Okay. No idea.
no
idea. No idea. Never heard of those names.
So Bobby Orr is like the oldest era. If he goes the furthest back, and then you got Paul Coffey and Ray Bourque are kind of similar. Paul Coffey's slightly older than Ray Bourque. I think they're pretty similar in their eras. And Eric Carlson is currently still playing today. He is a bit of an older defenseman, but he is still an active player today. So you got pretty much 3 different generations of NHL defensemen here. I'll give you, that's my hint for you. So it's A. Bobby Orr.
You know what?
B. Paul Coffey. C. Ray Bourque. Or D.
Like
Eric
Bobby Boucher. And Bobby Boucher was a great defender during his movie career.
Yeah, oh yes, Bobby Boucher in the movie Waterboy was a fantastic defender. That is a very valid point.
So we will be taking the closest to that, and we'll say Bobby Orr.
Ding, 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 Amar. That is correct, my friend. Bobby
Look at
Orr.
Bobby Boucher never fails.
Bobby
Look at him.
Boucher coming through in the flipping clutch, adding $200 to your trivia balance, which evens you guys up at $350 in the trivia. Now Fuzz is gonna get one more crack at trivia here. He's gonna wrap us up with the last trivia question. Fuzz, how are you gonna play it, my friend? How do you feel about your trading right now? Do you think you have enough trading profits to nudge out the victory?
I'll go with a hard.
Okay, he's
hard
sticking
question
with
again.
a hard.
We'll finish on the good note.
All right, I like it.
Try to at least.
We have a hard. Ooh, let's see. All right, listen, Amar, we're gonna just, we like to keep the rules loose around here at Trading the Game Show. So, Amar, I'm gonna let you pick between 2 questions that Fuzz is gonna have to answer. Do you want him to have to answer who was the first player to reach 3,000 hits, or do you want him to answer which significant event is tied to the shot heard round the world?
Ooh. I think the 3,000 hit might be a little bit easy. I think even I know the answer.
Ooh.
So let's go with number 2.
Okay, so the question that he's going with, Fuzz, is which significant event is tied to, in quotes, the shot heard round the world? Is it A, the 1927 Yankees? Is it B, Bobby Thompson home run? Says HR. Bobby Thompson HR. Is it C, Aaron's 715th, or is it D, Ruth's called shot? So I think it's Bob. Okay, yeah. So we got A, 1927 Yankees. B, Bobby Thompson home run. C, Aaron Carter's, or not. I don't know where I said Aaron Carter. What? There's no Carter anywhere in this. That just made that up. Aaron's 715th, or D, Ruth's called shot.
With
This
The
is a tough
shot
one.
heard around the world.
Which
I'm
significant
going to
event?
go with A. Final answer.
A, 1927 Yankees.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my friend. The answer was B. Bobby
Was it
Thompson
B?
home run.
Okay.
So
Well, I was trying to
no,
put it in the same time period, so that one made a little sense.
no cash awarded, which means we end at a
Yay.
stalemate at $350 in the trivia. So no, neither trader either to edge each other out in the trivia section of Trading the Game show. And since it is 1:30, we're gonna have to tell you guys to close and flatten all positions here. And then please report whether it is a positive or negative P&L.
Well, the
Let's
first play
see.
would have been positive, but since the stupid wheel is negative,
So what'd you end up with, Amar?
so negative. The first one we lost 6. And the next one
that
we
would've
are
been,
at negative $4.
Oh, so
Negative
minus
$10.
$10.
Yeah,
Minus $10.
$10.
We kept it tight.
Uh,
Fuzz, what'd you end up with, my friend?
I would have been. Hang on, I pull it this way because I don't know how to do it on.
Snipe is a legend, by the way.
Let's see. Overview.
I gotta give
No?
Snipe a
Here we go.
affiliate YouTube link
Yep.
over here.
Positive 175.
Oh, 175. So Fuzz is today's winner of Trading the Game Show. Bum, bum, bum. Congratulations, Fuzz.
Congratulations.
Great work
Thanks.
today. The rolls got a little. We made Amar spin the wheel of randomness. I think 4 times till it finally made him reverse his position, which ended up being his downfall. But hey, sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Now, before we go, you guys want to hang out just a minute for me? We're going to. How do you guys want to go about? You just want to do a random generated winner for
Yes.
the prop firms here. Let me throw the names into a hat here. All right. Well, first up, we'll do the month to Tradezella. All right, so the winner of the, let me just make sure we don't have any duplicates here, of the free month to Tradezella is YouTube username Composer NYC. We have Composer NYC. On the chat, Composer NYC. YouTube username. And then for our trade, no, sorry, we just did Tradezella. For the Lucid account, let's see here. Where did it go? Tea Time. Did Tea Time? Has Tea Time won any Tradezella accounts yet? Let's see. Or Lucid accounts. I keep saying the wrong thing. Lucid account. Do I see Tea Time? Tea Time. I don't see Tea Time anywhere. Do we have Tea Time? Tea Time 6580. Composer NYC and Tea Time. Are you guys on the chat? Are you guys here?
Doesn't look like it.
So
We might have to give it to someone else.
we might have to go 2 new names here. Composer NYC and Tea Time. All right, we're gonna go 2 more names here, unless they come forward before we announce them. All right, the winner of the Tradezella account now is going to be LARPT, LARPT 2323, and the winner of the Lucid account will be J.Brat. J. with the Lucid account and LARPT 2323 with the Tradezella month. Okay, we got J.
Hey.
J.Brat's here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. The Lucid 50K test
Congrats.
account. You. Let's go. And guys, if you have not, remember there's a pinned link in the chat. Make sure you fill out your contact information, because what I'm going to do is share your YouTube username with Callan, and then he's going to get you taken care of with the account. So make sure that you have filled out your contact information so Callan can send you the coupon code for Lucid or the coupon code for Tradezella. And if you guys didn't win, then you know, code stock ads, Black Friday sales going on right now. Make sure you guys take advantage of those. So thank you guys for hanging out, having some fun with us this afternoon. Amar, Fuzz, thank you guys for coming on, having a little fun. And happy Thanksgiving to everybody in the States who's celebrating. Hope you guys have a wonderful holiday, a wonderful long weekend. We're back with Stock Dads TV on Monday. So we're off for a few days here. But we'll see you guys back. I think Amar's on Monday. So we'll see Amar back here on Mondays. And everybody trade safe. If you're going to continue to trade, have a safe weekend. Happy Thanksgiving. Peace out, everybody. We love you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye, all. Love you.
Bye.
Bye, Amar.
You just, Perp, you just had to be on the giveaway. I just put everybody's names that was listed watching and put it into a random generator. So, but don't worry. We have more giveaways coming next week. So make sure you tune in. Goodbye, everybody.